welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The apartment had been small but perfect, 1 bedroom, 1 bath, and a tiny kitchen. That's what the listing said, that's what the landlord showed me. But last night, as I was unpacking, I found another door. A narrow one at the end of the hallway, its handle cold against my palm. The air smelled of dust and something faintly floral. I turned the knob. It wasn't locked, and behind the door, the room was already furnished. I stood in the doorway, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The room was small, maybe 10 feet square, with walls painted a faded shade of green. A single bed sat against one wall, neatly made with a quilt of muted colors. Opposite the bed stood a wooden desk with a chair, and beside it a bookshelf half filled with worn volumes. A small window with heavy curtains allowed just enough light to see that everything was coated in a fine layer of dust. My first thought was that the landlord had forgotten to mention this room. Perhaps it had been sealed off for renovations that never happened, but something felt wrong. The apartment's layout made no sense with this additional space. Where would this room physically exist in the building? I stepped inside, my shoes leaving clear prints in the dust on the wooden floor. The air felt different here, heavier, with an undercurrent of something metallic beneath the floral scent. I ran my finger along the desk's surface, leaving a clean trail through the dust. The wood felt unusually warm beneath my touch, despite the room's overall chill. On the desk sat an old radio, its knobs yellowed with age. Without thinking, I turned one. Static filled the room, but beneath it, I could hear what sounded like whispering, too faint to make out any words, but distinctly human. I quickly turned it off, unsettled. The bookshelf drew my attention next. Most of the books were unmarked on their spines, bound in plain covers of various dark colors. I pulled one out at random. Opening it revealed page after page of handwritten text in a language I didn't recognize. The handwriting changed subtly throughout the book, as if multiple people had contributed to it over time. As I returned the book to its place, I noticed something strange about the window. The curtains were drawn, but light still filtered through. I approached and pulled the heavy fabric aside. Instead of the expected view of the street or neighboring building, the window looked out on a landscape I couldn't identify, rolling hills under a gray sky, with no signs of human habitation. But that was impossible. My apartment was on the 4th floor of a building in the middle of a densely populated area. I let the curtain fall back into place, my heart pounding. This couldn't be real. I needed to document this to prove to myself I wasn't imagining things. I hurried back to my unpacked boxes in the living room and retrieved my phone. When I returned, I started taking pictures of everything. The bed, the desk, the bookshelf, even the window with its impossible view. But when I checked the photos, my screen showed only darkness, as if I'd been photographing an empty, unlit space. I tried again with the flash on. The results were the same. In growing frustration, I attempted to make a video, narrating what I was seeing, but the playback showed only blackness while my voice described things that weren't visible. I decided to take notes instead. Sitting at the desk, I used a notebook from my unpacked belongings to sketch the layout and catalog the contents of the room. The desk drawer slid open easily, revealing a collection of small objects, a tarnished key, several smooth stones of different colors, and a pocket watch that wasn't ticking. The watch's face was unusual, numbered from 1 to 16 instead of 1 to 12. As I wrote, I became aware of a subtle change in the room's atmosphere. The air seemed to vibrate almost imperceptibly, and the metallic smell grew stronger. The walls, I could swear they were different. The green seemed deeper in some places, faded in others, creating patterns that hadn't been there before. I stood up quickly, knocking the chair backward. It made no sound as it hit the floor. In fact, I suddenly realized the room had become completely silent. The normal sounds of the building, distant voices, the hum of appliances, the occasional footsteps from neighbors, all were absent here. I moved toward the door, an urgent need to leave overwhelming me. But as I reached for the handle, I noticed something on the back of the door that I hadn't seen before, a mirror. Had it always been there? I couldn't remember seeing it when I entered. My reflection looked normal at first glance, but as I stared, I noticed subtle differences. My shirt was a different color. My hair was parted on the opposite side. In my expression, I was smiling in the reflection, though I could feel my own face frozen in concern. I reached out to touch the mirror, and my reflection did the same, but with a slight delay, as if it were making its own decision to move. The surface felt like water, cool and slightly yielding beneath my fingertips. I jerked my hand back in alarm. The reflection didn't. Its hand remained pressed against the glass, and its smile widened. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised its other hand and pressed a finger to its lips in a shushing gesture. I stumbled backward, away from the door, away from that wrong reflection. My back hit the edge of the desk, sending the radio crashing to the floor. It switched on from the impact, filling the room with static, and those whispers again, louder now, more urgent, but still indecipherable. The walls were definitely changing, the patterns shifting like slow waves. The books on the shelf began to vibrate, then to slide out of place, falling to the floor with soft thuds. The quilt on the bed rippled as if something beneath it was moving. I had to get out. I lunged for the door, keeping my eyes averted from the mirror. The handle felt slick under my grip, but I managed to wrench it open and tumble through, slamming it shut behind me. I stood in my hallway, breathing hard, my back pressed against the closed door. Normal sounds returned, traffic outside, the refrigerator humming, someone playing music several apartments away. Everything seemed ordinary again. Except for the cold sweat coating my skin and the lingering metallic taste in my mouth. I avoided the door for days, focusing instead on settling into the rest of the apartment. I told no one about the room who would believe me. I considered contacting the landlord, but feared being dismissed as unstable. So I continued my daily routine, unpacking boxes, attending work meetings virtually, ordering takeout, normal life. But the door called to me. Each night as I lay in bed, I could hear it, not a sound exactly, but a sort of pressure in my mind, drawing my attention back to that narrow door at the end of the hallway. Sometimes I would wake to find myself standing before it, hand outstretched toward the handle, with no memory of having left my bed. A week after my discovery, I decided to confront it. I couldn't live with this uncertainty, this fear of my own home. Armed with a flashlight and my phone set to record video despite its previous failure, I approached the door again. The handle was warm this time, almost hot to the touch. When I opened it, the room beyond had changed. The furniture remained the same, but everything had been rearranged. The bed now sat beneath the window, the desk against the opposite wall. The bookshelf had been emptied, its contents piled in the center of the floor. And the walls, they were covered in writing, the same strange script I had seen in the book, flowing across every surface in dark ink that looked disturbingly like dried blood. The metallic smell was stronger now, and the floral scent was gone entirely. I forced myself to enter, sweeping my flashlight across the changed space. The beam illuminated the pile of books, now open to various pages, arranged in a circular pattern. In the center of this circle lay the pocket watch from the desk drawer, ticking now, its hands moving at an impossible speed. My flashlight beam began to flicker, then dim, despite the fresh batteries I had installed. The darkness seemed to thicken around me, pushing against the weakening light, and in that growing darkness I became aware that I was not alone. Something moved in the corner of the room, a shadow darker than the surrounding dimness. It had no definite shape, shifting and flowing like smoke, but with purpose. It drifted toward me, and as it approached, the whispering started again, not from the radio this time, but from the shadow itself. This time I could almost understand the words, almost. They hovered at the edge of comprehension, familiar yet foreign, like a language I had once known but forgotten. The shadow continued its approach, and I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to run. My flashlight died completely. In the sudden darkness, I felt something brush against my face, cold and insubstantial, like cobwebs or smoke. The whispering grew louder, surrounding me now, coming from all directions at once. And suddenly I could understand. "We've been waiting," the voices said in unison. "We've been waiting for someone who could see the room." "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible even to myself. The response came not in words but in images that flooded my mind. People, dozens of them, standing in this room throughout different times. Each had discovered the door like I had. Each had entered. None had left not truly. I saw myself among them now, a new addition to their ranks. In the vision, my body remained in the apartment, going through the motions of daily life, while something else wore my face, used my voice. "No," I said, finding strength in my terror. "I'm leaving now. I'm leaving, and I'm sealing this door shut." The shadow surged forward, enveloping me. Cold penetrated to my bones, and the whispering became a howl of protest. I fought through it, stumbling backward, groping blindly for the door. My hand found the handle, and I pulled with all my strength. Nothing happened. The door wouldn't budge. Panic threatened to overwhelm me. I pulled harder, threw my weight against it. Still nothing. The shadow retreated slightly, the whispers returning to their previous cadence. I felt something being pressed into my hand, the tarnished key from the desk drawer. A message formed in my mind, clear and unavoidable. You can leave, but you must take something with you, and leave something behind. I clutched the key, its metal warming rapidly in my palm. What do I leave? The shadow swirled around me, considering. A memory, it finally whispered. One memory forever. What choice did I have? I nodded my agreement. The shadow enveloped me again, but gently this time. I felt it sifting through my memories like fingers through sand, searching for one to claim. What it took, I'll never know. The nature of its price means I cannot recall what was lost. The door opened, I stumbled through, collapsed in my hallway, and watched as the door swung shut behind me. The key burned in my hand, now glowing with a faint blue light that pulsed like a heartbeat. That was 2 weeks ago. I still live in the apartment. The door remains at the end of the hallway, but it no longer opens, not with the regular handle, at least. I keep the tarnished key in a drawer in my kitchen, wrapped in cloth. Sometimes at night I can hear it calling, much as the door once did. I've searched for information about the room, about the building's history, about previous tenants. I've found nothing concrete, though there are rumors of people who lived here briefly before disappearing without explanation. My life continues. I work, I eat, I sleep, but I know the room is still there, waiting behind that locked door. And sometimes when I pass a mirror, I catch a glimpse of movement that doesn't match my own, a smile when I'm not smiling, a hand raised in greeting when mine hang at my sides. I wonder what memory they took from me. I wonder if it was important. I wonder if I was happy once in a way I can no longer conceive of. And I wonder what will happen when a key begins to call too loudly for me to ignore. Story 2, the painting had hung in my grandmother's house for as long as I could remember. A simple family portrait, her, my grandfather, and their 2 children. But today, as I packed up the house, something made me stop. There was an extra face in the painting now. A man standing in the background, half-shadowed, his eyes too sharp. The air smelled of aged canvas and something faintly metallic. My hands trembled as I turned the frame over, and there, scratched into the wood, was a single word: run. I placed the portrait back on the wall, taking a step backward. The strange man's eyes seemed to follow me. This was impossible. I'd seen this painting countless times over the years during family gatherings. Nobody had ever mentioned a 5th person in the background. I moved closer again, examining the brushwork. The technique matched the rest of the portrait perfectly, no sign of recent alteration. My fingertips traced the canvas surface, expecting to feel a difference where the mysterious figure stood. Nothing. The texture remained uniform throughout. I inhaled deeply, trying to calm my racing heart. That metallic scent lingered, stronger now, almost like copper. Like blood. The house felt different suddenly, silent in a way that pressed against my eardrums. The familiar creaks and settling sounds I'd grown accustomed to during my week of packing had ceased. I glanced toward the window. Outside, birds perched motionless on tree branches, as if frozen in place. "Hello," my voice sounded wrong, muffled and distant, as if I were speaking underwater. No response came except for a faint static hiss emanating from the old radio in the kitchen. I hadn't turned it on. The sound grew as I approached, transforming from white noise into what almost resembled whispers, indistinct words just below the threshold of comprehension. I switched the radio off. The whispering continued. Back in the living room, the portrait waited. The mysterious figure appeared more defined now, his features sharper. His mouth curved into what might have been a smile. What disturbed me most was how natural he looked, standing there with my family, as if he belonged. I took out my phone and snapped a photo of the painting. The screen showed only my grandmother, grandfather, and their children. The man was gone. I looked up at the portrait on the wall. He remained there, watching me, his presence undeniable. My hand shook as I dialed my mother. "The family portrait at Grandma's house," I said when she answered. "Was there ever someone else in it? A man standing behind everyone?" The silence stretched before she responded. "Why would you ask that?" "Because I'm looking at it right now, and there's someone there I don't recognize." Her breathing changed, becoming shallow and quick. "Listen carefully. Take the painting down, put it in the attic, cover it with something, don't look at it anymore." "Mom, what?" "Just do it," she hung up. The portrait seemed heavier than before as I lifted it from the wall. The frame felt warm against my skin, almost feverish. I carried it upstairs to the attic door, pulled down the folding stairs, and climbed up. The attic air was thick with dust and memories. Boxes of old clothes, furniture draped in sheets, holiday decorations, the accumulated treasures and trash of my grandmother's life. I propped the portrait against a trunk in the corner, facing away from the entrance. As I turned to leave, a soft scratching sound caught my attention, something moving against canvas. I froze, listening. The scratching continued, more insistent now. Against my better judgment, I turned back and approached the portrait. The mysterious figure had changed position, his hand now pressed against the canvas from within, creating a slight bulge in the fabric. His smile had widened. I stumbled backward, nearly falling down the attic stairs in my haste to escape. I slammed the attic door shut and dragged a nearby bookcase in front of it. My hands left damp prints on the wood. Night fell. I sat in the kitchen, surrounded by half-packed boxes, unable to sleep. The house had never felt so alien, so hostile. Every shadow seemed to stretch toward me. The whispering had returned, emanating from everywhere and nowhere. I found myself writing everything down in a notebook, documenting each strange occurrence. The changing portrait, the whispering, the strange stillness outside, the smell of metal that grew stronger with each passing moment, as if recording these events might somehow make them less terrifying, more manageable. My phone rang, Mother again. "Did you put it away?" Her voice trembled. "Yes, in the attic. Mom, what's happening?" "I need to tell you something about your grandfather." She paused. "Not the man in the photos, your real grandfather." "What do you mean, real grandfather?" "The man you knew wasn't my father. My real father disappeared when I was 4. Mother remarried quickly. She destroyed all photos of him, replaced them with new ones, made us call her new husband father, made us forget." "Why would she?" "Because she was afraid. We all were. There was something wrong with him, something that followed him into our house." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "I thought it was over when he vanished. I thought we were safe." The line crackled with static. Through it I heard another voice, distant but familiar. A man's voice speaking my name. "Mom," only static answered. The lights flickered. The kitchen radio switched on by itself, tuning through stations at an impossible speed. Through the window, I saw that the night outside had changed. Stars blinked out one by one, leaving perfect darkness. I grabbed my notebook and fled to the bathroom, the only room without windows, locked the door, sat on the edge of the tub. The pages of my notebook were no longer filled with my handwriting, but with a single phrase repeated hundreds of times in an unfamiliar script. "I've been waiting for you." The mirror over the sink began to fog, despite the absence of steam. A finger not mine traced words into the condensation. "Look at me." I covered my eyes, but the compulsion to look grew overwhelming. When I finally raised my head, the mirror no longer reflected the bathroom. Instead, it showed the attic. The portrait leaned against the trunk where I'd left it, but the canvas was empty now. No family, no mysterious figure, just an empty background. Something scratched at the bathroom door, not with the tentative paws of an animal, but with deliberate human fingers. The doorknob turned slowly, testing the lock. "Who are you?" I called, my voice breaking. The scratching stopped. Silence hung heavy for several moments before a voice responded, dry and raspy, like autumn leaves crushed underfoot. "A family," it said. The mirror shattered without being touched, glass shards raining into the sink. Each fragment reflected something different: eyes, teeth, hands, all moving independently. The bathroom door splintered inward. I pressed myself against the far wall, watching as a figure stepped through. He looked like the man from the portrait, yet somehow more substantial now, more real. his skin too pale, his movements too fluid, as if his joints bent in ways they shouldn't. "My grandchild," he said, his voice scraping against my ears. "How you've grown." "You're not my grandfather." His smile widened beyond what human muscles should allow. "Blood recognizes blood. Your mother tried to hide you from me. They all did. Removed me from photographs, from memories. But art remembers, art preserves, and now I've found you." He extended a hand toward me. His skin seemed to shift beneath itself, like something else wearing a human disguise. The metallic smell overwhelmed me, making my eyes water. "What do you want?" I managed to ask. "A vessel. My previous one grew old, failed me. Family carries family, flesh of my flesh." I looked for an escape, but he blocked the only exit. My gaze fell on a shard of mirrored glass in the sink, its edge gleaming sharp in the fluorescent light. "You're not real," I whispered, reaching for the glass. "You can't be real." His laughter filled the small room, resonating at a frequency that made my teeth ache. "More real than you know. I've been living in that portrait for decades, watching, waiting. Art is patient. I am patient." My fingers closed around the glass shard, blood welling where it cut into my skin. "Blood calls to blood," he said, eyes fixed on my bleeding hand. "See how eager you are to join me." He lunged forward. I slashed wildly with the glass, catching his cheek. The cut revealed no blood, only darkness that moved like ink underwater. He grabbed my wrist, his touch burning cold. The mirror shard fell from my grasp. "You can't fight what you don't understand," he hissed. "I understand enough," I replied, and with my free hand, I grabbed the lighter from my pocket, the one I'd been using to burn old documents. I flicked it to life and held the flame against his arm. He screamed, releasing me. The fire caught quickly, spreading across his form like he was made of paper rather than flesh. He staggered backward, colliding with the shelves of bathroom supplies. Bottles of cleaning chemicals crashed down, fueling the flames. I pushed past him out into the hallway. Smoke filled the air, alarms blaring. Through the haze, I saw the attic door had swung open, the portrait visible at the top of the stairs. Despite the growing inferno, I climbed up. The portrait remained where I'd left it, but now showed a scene of chaos, my family running from flames, the mysterious man burning in the center of the canvas, his mouth open in a silent scream. As I watched, the flames on the canvas began to move, spreading beyond the frame, leaping into reality. I grabbed the portrait and ran downstairs outside into the cool night air. Behind me, grandmother's house burned, orange flames licking at the windows. I placed the portrait on the ground. The fire inside the painting had consumed almost everything now, leaving behind charred canvas. Only my grandmother remained untouched by the flames, her eyes meeting mine across the boundary between art and reality. "I'm sorry," I whispered. The portrait burst into flame, curling and blackening until nothing remained but ash. The house continued to burn, taking with it whatever had been trapped inside. When the fire department arrived, I told them I'd accidentally started the fire while sorting through old papers. They believed me. Why wouldn't they? Mother never asked about the portrait. Perhaps she knew. Perhaps she'd always known this day would come. Sometimes I catch myself sketching faces without meaning to. Faces I don't recognize. My art teacher praises my work, amazed at the lifelike quality of my portraits, how they almost seem to breathe. I burn every drawing I create. But recently I've noticed something concerning. A small shape forming in the background of the bathroom mirror. A familiar silhouette watching me from behind my reflection. And on my wrist, where his cold fingers gripped me, a mark has appeared. It grows darker each day, spreading slowly up my arm like ink in water. Art remembers, art preserves. And sometimes art returns. Story 3, the sinkhole appeared overnight small, no bigger than a dinner plate. At first I thought nothing of it, but when I leaned down to get a closer look, my stomach twisted. A voice was coming from inside, low, rhythmic, like someone whispering just beneath the earth. The scent of damp soil and something bitter filled my nose. I backed away, my breath unsteady. And then from deep inside the hole, something knocked. I convinced myself it was nothing, perhaps water dripping against stone or an animal burrowing beneath my yard. Yet I couldn't shake the sensation that the sound had been deliberate, calculated, almost like a greeting. I retreated inside my house, watching through the kitchen window as shadows lengthened across my yard, eventually swallowing the small dark circle in darkness. That night sleep evaded me. My bedroom window faced the backyard, and with every gust of wind, I imagined I could hear faint whispers riding the breeze, words just beyond comprehension. When morning arrived, I immediately went outside, half expecting the hole to have disappeared, proving it had been nothing but a strange dream. Instead, it had grown wider, now the size of a basketball. I approached cautiously, armed with a garden trowel and a flashlight. The beam of light revealed nothing but darkness. The hole seemed impossibly deep for its size. I called out, feeling foolish, "Hello." My voice echoed strangely, as if traveling down a vast tunnel rather than a small opening in my yard. The echo returned distorted, sounding almost like a response. "Hello." I dropped a pebble in. No sound of impact came. My rational mind suggested calling someone a geologist, perhaps, or at least a landscaper, but something held me back. A childish curiosity mixed with dread. Something intimate about this hole made me reluctant to share its existence. I began documenting everything. I took photographs, though the images came out blurry and dark, the hole appearing as just a smudge against the grass. I recorded audio on my phone, capturing the ambient sounds of my yard, and when I played it back, behind the chirping birds and rustling leaves, I could hear what sounded like a human voice whispering numbers, different numbers each time I recorded. The hole continued to grow. By the 5th day, it measured roughly 3 feet across. The earth around its edges remained oddly stable, not crumbling or eroding as one might expect. Its circumference was too perfect, too deliberate. Looking into it felt like staring into an open mouth. One night, unable to sleep, I sat beside it with a lantern. The soft, yellow light illuminated nothing of the hole's depths. The whispering had become more distinct, now not loud, but clearly articulated words I still couldn't quite decipher. I leaned closer, my ear hovering over the opening. "Come," I heard clearly, "come deeper." I jerked back, heart hammering. A cold breeze emanated from the hole, carrying with it the scent of wet stone and something metallic like old pennies. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. That night, my dreams were invaded by visions of descending into darkness, of walls closing in around me, of whispers growing louder until they became a chorus of voices speaking directly into my mind. I woke drenched in sweat, my sheets twisted around my legs like restraints. The hole had doubled in size by morning. I began to notice changes in myself, too. My reflection in the mirror seemed slightly off, not dramatically different, but altered in subtle ways. My eyes looked darker, my skin paler. I found myself standing in rooms without remembering how I'd gotten there, staring into space, thinking about the hole. My appetite disappeared. Food tasted like ash in my mouth. I started taking notes about my own behavior, trying to document the changes objectively. The notes became increasingly difficult to read, my handwriting degrading into sharp, angular marks. Words I didn't remember writing appeared in the margins. Descend, beneath, waiting. One morning I discovered dirt under my fingernails and mud on my pajamas. According to my smart watch, I'd taken over 10,000 steps during the night. I checked my security camera footage and saw myself walking into the yard, standing at the edge of the hole for almost an hour, then kneeling beside it, my head tilted as if listening intently. The footage ended with me lowering my hand into the darkness. The hole now dominated my backyard, a perfect circle of nothingness about 8 feet wide. The grass around it had begun to change color, taking on a grayish hue, as if being leached of vitality. Birds no longer flew over that part of the yard. The air felt thicker there, heavy with anticipation. I tried filling it once. I ordered soil and gravel, spending an afternoon shoveling material into the opening. The hole accepted everything I gave it without filling even slightly. By evening, my muscles ached and my hands were raw, but the dark circle remained unchanged, gaping up at the sky like an accusation. That night I heard scratching at my bedroom door. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. A pattern deliberately executed. I lay frozen in bed, watching the doorknob slowly turn. When the door swung open, the hallway beyond was empty, but a trail of damp, muddy footprints led from the back door to my room, not coming in, going out, my size from my bed. I began sleeping in my car, parked in the front driveway, as far from the backyard as possible. Even there, the whispering found me, seeping through the closed windows, wrapping around me like silk threads. In my dreams, I saw what lay at the bottom of the hole, a vast chamber with walls that pulsed like the inside of a heart, lined with thousands of holes identical to mine, each one opening into someone else's yard, someone else's life. And in the center of the chamber, something massive stirred, awakening. I knew I needed to leave. I packed a bag, called a hotel, and headed for my car. As I turned the key in the ignition, the engine made an unusual sound, a rhythmic knocking that matched perfectly the pattern I'd first heard from within the hole. The radio switched on by itself, scanning through stations before settling on static. Within the white noise, a voice whispered, "You'll bring us with you." I abandoned the car and started walking, my phone buzzing incessantly in my pocket. When I finally checked it, the screen showed dozens of missed calls from my own number. A neighbor driving past offered me a ride. Inside their car, I caught a familiar scent, damp earth and something bitter. The neighbor smiled at me in the rearview mirror, teeth too white against their pale face. "Going somewhere?" they asked, and their voice had the same rhythmic quality as the whispers from the hole. I noticed dark soil beneath their fingernails. I jumped out at a red light and ran. Now I sit in this cafe, writing this down, trying to make sense of it all. My hands won't stop trembling. People keep staring at me, or am I imagining it? The barista who served me coffee leaned in too close and whispered, "It's spreading, you know," then smiled and walked away as if nothing had happened. My phone screen lights up with a notification. It's from my home security system, alerting me to motion in my backyard. The attached video shows the hole, now massive, taking up most of the yard. The edges are moving, pulsating. Something is emerging, a hand, pale and soil-stained, reaching up, then another and another. Many hands grasping at the air. I should warn someone, I should do something, but who would believe me? And part of me, a growing part, feels a strange relief. as if a long wait is finally ending. The calf door opens, letting in a gust of wind carrying the scent of damp earth. A new customer walks in, mud caking their shoes. They scan the room, their gaze landing on me. Their eyes widen in recognition, though we've never met. They approach slowly, sitting across from me without asking permission. "You have one too," they say, not a question. I nod. Mine started with a whisper, they continue, voice low. Now I hear it even when I'm awake. I look down at their hands resting on the table, dirt under the fingernails, a small cut on the palm, oozing something dark that doesn't look quite like blood. "They're connecting," they whisper, leaning forward, all the holes underneath, a network. They push up their sleeve, revealing arms covered in strange, angular symbols etched into the skin. The same symbols I've been finding scrawled in my notes. We're not the only ones. Outside, the sky darkens suddenly, as if a cloud has passed over the sun. But when I look out the window, I see no clouds, only a flock of birds circling in an unnaturally perfect pattern. "It's too late to run," my companion says, a strange smile spreading across their face. "But we can still choose to descend on our terms." Their pupils dilate until their eyes seem all black, reflecting my own terrified face back at me. "After all," they whisper, their voice now blending with the one from the hole, "isn't part of you curious about what waits below?" And the terrible truth is yes. Despite everything, despite the fear and confusion, a part of me wants to return home, to approach that perfect circle of darkness, to finally stop fighting the pull, to kneel at its edge, lean forward and let myself fall, to whisper back. Story 4, I had always hated that closet. It was too deep, the door too heavy, the space inside too dark even with the light on. But last night, as I rolled over in bed, I saw its fingers, just barely visible beneath the door, curled around the wood. My breath caught. The air smelled stale, thick with dust and something sharper, like old metal. I forced myself to sit up, my pulse hammering. The fingers didn't move, but now they were gripping tighter. The room felt different somehow. The familiar shadows cast by my nightstand lamp seemed to stretch longer across the floor, reaching toward that closet door. I strained my ears, listening for any sound beyond my own shallow breathing. Nothing, just the distant hum of the refrigerator downstairs and the occasional creak of the house settling. I tried to convince myself it was just a trick of light. Maybe a belt or a scarf had fallen, creating the illusion of fingers. My rational mind grasped at explanations while my instincts screamed to run. But where would I go? This was my bedroom, my sanctuary. Forcing my legs to move, I placed my bare feet on the cold wooden floor. The chill ran up my spine, but the fingers remained motionless under the door. With each step I took, the floorboards groaned beneath me, announcing my approach. 5 steps to the closet, 4, 3. Why stop? The fingers had shifted slightly, curling more tightly around the edge of the door. Not my imagination, not a trick of light. The smell of metal grew stronger, mixing with something earthy and damp. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice sounding foreign even to my own ears. No response came from beyond the door, but the fingers, pale, with long nails that seemed to scratch lightly against the wood, adjusted their grip. With trembling hands, I reached for my phone and activated the flashlight. The harsh white beam cut through the darkness, illuminating those fingers in stark relief. They were gaunt, almost skeletal, with skin that appeared too tight and papery. And they were completely dry, no blood vessels visible beneath the nearly translucent skin. I took a picture. I needed proof that this wasn't some waking nightmare, that what I was seeing was real. The camera flash bathed the room in momentary brightness. When I looked at the screen, my heart nearly stopped. The photo showed nothing beneath the door, just the small gap between door and floor, empty and ordinary. I looked back up. The fingers were still there, now moving in a slow, beckoning motion. I took another picture. Again, nothing appeared, but my eyes told a different story. The fingers were now joined by a second set directly beside the first. Both pairs now moved in unison, scratching lightly against the wood, as if trying to dig their way through. My curiosity, despite my fear, pushed me forward. I placed my hand on the doorknob. The metal felt ice cold against my palm, colder than anything should feel in a warm house. With my other hand, I kept the light trained on those fingers, which had suddenly gone still as if aware of my proximity. "I'm going to open this door," I announced, surprising myself with the steadiness in my voice. "Whoever you are, whatever you are, I'm going to see you." The fingers withdrew slightly, just enough to allow the door to open without crushing them. My grip tightened on the doorknob. One quick motion and I would have answers. The anticipation was almost worse than the fear. I threw the door open. The closet was empty. My clothes hung neatly on their hangers, shoes lined up below, boxes stacked on the shelf above, nothing unusual, nothing out of place. My flashlight beam revealed every corner, and nothing looked back at me from the darkness. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by confusion. I crouched down, examining the space beneath the door where I'd seen the fingers. Nothing there that could have created such an illusion. As I stood up, something caught my attention. The mirror mounted on the inside of the closet door reflected my bewildered expression, but something else too, a subtle movement behind me, just over my shoulder. I froze, watching the reflection. There in the mirror I could see my bed, and sitting on the edge of it was a figure. Not clearly defined, more like a shadow with density, but distinctly person-shaped. Its hands were splayed on its knees, fingers long and thin. I didn't dare turn around, keeping my eyes fixed on the mirror. The figure didn't move. Neither did I. We regarded each other in this strange standoff, connected through the reflection. "What do you want?" I whispered to the mirror. The figure tilted its head, an oddly human gesture that made my skin crawl. Then it raised one hand and pointed directly at me. No, not at me, at the closet, at something inside the closet. Against my better judgment, I looked away from the mirror, scanning the closet again. My flashlight beam trembled as I moved it across my hanging clothes, the stacked boxes, There at the back wall, something I hadn't noticed before. A small discoloration in the paint, roughly rectangular, about the size of a shoebox. I reached out, running my fingers over it. The wall felt different there, not as solid somehow. When I looked back at the mirror, the figure was gone from my bed. My room appeared normal, empty except for me standing at the closet. I returned my attention to the strange patch on the wall, pressing against it gently. To my surprise, it gave way slightly. Not drywall, but something softer, like paper or thin cardboard that had been painted over. I dug my nails in and pulled, tearing away a small section. Behind it was darkness, not the darkness of an empty space, but something deeper, more absolute. And there was a smell, that same metallic scent from before, but stronger now, mixed with something I couldn't identify. I tore away more of the material, creating an opening about the size of my hand. The darkness within seemed to pulse, as if alive. I brought my flashlight closer, shining it into the hole. The beam didn't penetrate. It was as if the light simply disappeared into the opening, swallowed by whatever lay beyond. But as I leaned closer, straining to see, I heard something, a faint, rhythmic sound like breathing, or maybe many people breathing in unison. My scientific mind demanded explanation. This had to be another room, a crawl space perhaps, something logical and explainable. I reached toward the opening, my hand shaking so badly I could barely control it. Just before my fingers crossed the threshold, I felt it, cold air rushing out, carrying that metallic smell and something else now. Something sweet and cloying like rotting fruit. I withdrew my hand instinctively. This was wrong. Every cell in my body knew it. Whatever was beyond that wall wasn't meant to be disturbed. As I backed away, my flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out. In the sudden darkness, I felt the temperature in the closet drop dramatically. My breath formed clouds in front of my face. Then from the hole I'd created came the sound of movement, something sliding against itself like dry paper being crumpled. And fingers, pale, skeletal fingers, emerged from the darkness, curling around the edges of the hole, widening it. I stumbled backward out of the closet, slamming the door shut, my back pressed against it, as if my weight could keep whatever was inside from getting out. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Seconds passed, then minutes. Nothing happened. No scratching at the door, no fingers emerging from underneath. Just silence and the pounding of my own pulse in my ears. When daylight finally came, filtering through my curtains, I found the courage to open the closet again. The hole in the back wall was gone. The paint was smooth and unbroken, no sign that anything had ever been there. My clothes hung undisturbed. The boxes remained stacked neatly on the shelf. I might have convinced myself it was all a nightmare, a particularly vivid one, except for two things. First, under my fingernails was a powdery residue, white like drywall dust, but with an odd metallic smell. And second, when I checked my phone, the photos I'd taken during the night were still there. The first showed nothing beneath the door, as I remembered, but the second, the one I'd taken after seeing nothing in the first, showed something different. In the small gap beneath the closet door were fingers, not two pairs as I remembered seeing, but many, many pairs. Too many to count, all reaching out from the darkness, stretching toward my bedroom floor. I've sealed the closet door shut, pushed my dresser in front of it, but sometimes in the quiet moments before sleep claims me, I hear it, that sound of dry paper being crumpled, and I know they're waiting just on the other side of that door, just beyond that seemingly solid wall, waiting for me to let my guard down. And sometimes, catching my reflection unexpectedly in a window or mirror, I notice my fingers, how they seem longer now, the skin a little too tight, a little too pale. And I wonder what came out of that hole in the wall that night and what went in. Story 5, it had been abandoned for years, windows boarded up, furniture covered in sheets. I was only here to take photos, to document the decay. But as I stepped inside, my stomach twisted. The air smelled wrong, warm, like someone had just been here. The dust on the floor was disturbed. And then I saw it, a steaming cup of coffee on the counter, as if someone had just taken a sip. I froze, my camera half raised. The logical part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Perhaps another urban explorer had beaten me here, though I hadn't seen any vehicles outside. Maybe a squatter had claimed this place, temporarily stepped out. I approached the cup cautiously. The coffee was black and still steaming, its aroma rich and inviting, cutting through the musty air. I touched the ceramic warm. My fingertips tingled upon contact, a sensation that traveled up my arm and settled as a knot in my chest. "Hello," my voice sounded strange, almost muffled, as if the house itself absorbed the sound. No response came, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. I decided to continue with my photography. The house had a peculiar layout, rooms that seemed to lead nowhere, hallways that curved when they should have been straight. I documented everything, peeling wallpaper, forgotten furniture, abandoned belongings. With each photo I took, the knot in my chest tightened. In the living room, dust particles danced in the beams of light that filtered through cracks in the boarded windows. As I adjusted my camera settings, I noticed something odd in my viewfinder. A shadow moved across the wall, distinctly human-shaped, though I stood alone. I lowered my camera and looked directly at the wall. Nothing. When I raised the camera again, the shadow remained in the frame, now motionless. I took the photo anyway. When I checked the preview, my breath caught. The shadow was clearer in the image than it had been through the viewfinder, more defined, with what appeared to be a hand reaching toward where I stood. My rational mind insisted this was a trick of light, a camera glitch, or my imagination working overtime in this unsettling place. Yet my body responded with a primitive fear, goosebumps rising on my arms, the hair on my neck standing on end. I moved to the kitchen again, drawn back to that coffee cup. It remained where I'd left it, but now it was empty. No residue, no coffee stains inside the pristine white ceramic. "Who's here?" I called out, my voice stronger. This winter-pale hands trembled. Again, that strange, muffled quality to the sound. "I'm just taking photos. I don't mean any harm." A soft sound came from upstairs, a footstep maybe, or perhaps the settling of an old house. I should have left. Every instinct urged me to turn around, walk out the front door, and never return. Instead, I found myself ascending the stairs, camera clutched tightly in my hands. Each step creaked beneath my weight, announcing my presence to whatever awaited me. The second floor was darker, the windows more thoroughly boarded. I used my phone's flashlight to navigate the hallway. Doors lined both sides, most closed. One stood slightly ajar, and from it emanated a faint, sweet scent, not the musty decay of the rest of the house, but something floral, like lavender. I pushed the door open wider, a bedroom presumably. The bed remained stripped of linens. A vanity stood against one wall, its mirror covered with a sheet. On the vanity sat a hairbrush, and caught in its bristles were several strands of long, dark hair. I photographed it, then reached out to touch the hairbrush. It was warm, like the coffee cup had been, and the sensation that traveled up my arm was stronger this time, almost electric. I retracted my hand quickly, then noticed something in my peripheral vision. The sheet covering the mirror had shifted slightly. I turned to face it directly. The sheet hung still now, but something about its placement seemed different than when I'd entered. I approached slowly, my reflection a vague, distorted shape through the fabric. My hand moved of its own accord, grasping the edge of the sheet. I hesitated, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then, in one swift motion, I pulled the sheet away. The mirror reflected the room accurately, the bed, the vanity, the doorway behind me. It reflected me, pale and wide-eyed, but it showed something else too, a figure standing behind me, so close I should have felt breath on my neck. I spun around. The room was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, the figure remained, now standing beside me rather than behind. A woman, her features blurred and shifting, her form both solid and transparent at once. She raised her hand, and in the mirror, I saw my own hand rise to meet hers. I felt nothing physically, yet the connection was undeniable. My fear receded, replaced by a strange, detached curiosity. I raised my camera and pointed it at the mirror. The viewfinder showed only me, alone in the room. I took the photo anyway. In the preview, the woman appeared clearer than she had been in the mirror itself. Her face came into focus, gaunt, with hollow eyes and parted lips. She looked eager, hungry. A sound behind me, footsteps again, this time unmistakable, broke the trance. I turned away from the mirror and hurried back to the hallway. The footsteps continued, moving from room to room, always just out of sight. I followed the sound, my camera capturing empty rooms, disturbed dust, indentations in carpets as if someone had just walked there. In one room, I found a notebook open on a desk, pages filled with handwriting not my own. The ink glistened, still wet. I photographed the pages, though I couldn't bring myself to read the words. When I reviewed the image, the writing was reversed, backward, as if photographed in a mirror. My head began to throb, a dull pressure building behind my eyes. The house felt smaller now, the hallways narrower, ceilings lower. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe. I needed to leave, to escape whatever presence was toying with me. I turned to head back toward the stairs, but the hallway stretched before me, longer than it had been, doors multiplying on either side. I broke into a run, passing door after door, none of them the stairway I sought. Eventually, exhausted, I stopped and tried a door at random. It opened into the kitchen where I'd started. The coffee cup sat on the counter again, once more filled with steaming liquid. Next to it was my camera. But my camera was still in my hands, wasn't it? I looked down. My hands were empty. I approached the counter slowly, reached for the camera that shouldn't be there. When I touched it, that now familiar electric sensation shot up my arm, stronger than before, painful this time. I picked up the camera anyway, turned it on, and scrolled through the photos I didn't remember taking. Photos of me entering the house, exploring rooms, sleeping in the bed upstairs, eating at the kitchen table, living in this abandoned place. Photos spanning days, weeks, months. The last image showed me standing exactly where I stood now, looking at the camera in my hands. "How long have I been here?" I whispered, though I knew no one would answer. The sound barely registered, as if the house had almost completely absorbed my voice. I set the camera down and picked up the coffee cup. The liquid inside wasn't coffee at all, but something darker, thicker. It moved on its own, swirling without me tilting the cup. Within its depths, I saw reflections of the rooms I'd explored, the mirror upstairs, the woman's face. I should have put it down. Instead, I raised it to my lips and drank. Warmth flooded through me, followed by a profound cold that settled in my bones. The cup slipped from my fingers and shattered on the floor, but made no sound. Nothing made sound anymore. The house had taken that too. I moved to the front door, determined to leave despite the growing conviction that there was nowhere to go. The door opened easily, revealing not the outside world, but the upstairs hallway I'd fled moments before. I slammed it shut, tried again. This time it opened to the living room. Again a bathroom I hadn't seen before. Again the bedroom with the vanity. The mirror was uncovered now, and in it I saw not myself but the woman, watching me with those hungry eyes. Only now I understood her hunger, because I felt it too. A longing for something just out of reach, a need to be seen, to be documented, to be remembered. I raised my hand to the mirror, and she raised hers to meet it. Our fingertips touched at the glass boundary between us. And then the boundary wasn't there anymore. I've lost track of how long I've been here. Sometimes I think I'm the woman in the mirror. Sometimes I think I'm still myself. The house shifts and changes around me, rooms appearing and disappearing, furniture moving on its own. I still take photos, though I no longer have a camera. I still drink coffee, though there's never any coffee. And sometimes, when the light hits just right, I see new visitors entering through the front door, cameras in hand, curious about the abandoned house. I watch them notice the cup of coffee I've left for them, still steaming, still warm to the touch. I watch their confusion, their fear, their inability to leave. I watch them become like me. The house is never truly empty, you see. It's full of those who came before, those who stayed, those who couldn't find their way out. We're all still here, in the walls, in the mirrors, in the coffee cups left on counters, waiting for you to join us. Story 6. I was home alone. The doors were locked, the windows shut, but as I passed the hallway mirror, I saw it someone standing behind me, a shape tall and still, too close to my shoulder. The scent of lavender and something stale clung to the air. My pulse pounded as I turned, expecting the worst, but there was nothing there, nothing except the mirror, and in the reflection, the shape hadn't moved. I blinked, convinced my eyes were playing tricks. The figure remained a dark silhouette, edges blurred like ink diffusing in water, not quite solid, yet undeniably present. My breath caught in my throat as I raised my hand. The figure in the mirror didn't mirror my movement. It stood perfectly still, watching. "Hello," my voice sounded thin, fragile against the weight of silence in the house. No response came, but the air grew colder around me, raising goosebumps along my arms. I backed away, keeping my eyes fixed on the mirror until I reached the living room. The rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Sleep deprivation, a shadow from outside, my imagination working overtime. Yet something deeper knew better. That night I slept with lights blazing throughout the house. Sleep came in restless waves, broken by the sensation of being watched. When morning arrived, I convinced myself it had been nothing, a strange anomaly, a momentary lapse in perception. Until I passed the mirror again. This time the figure stood closer to me, its form more defined. I could make out the suggestion of shoulders, the curve of a neck, the hint of facial features obscured by shadow. The lavender scent returned, stronger now, mingling with something metallic that reminded me of pennies. I grabbed my phone and snapped a photo of the mirror. The screen showed only my reflection, pale and wide-eyed, standing alone. But when I looked up, the figure remained. "What do you want?" I whispered. The air vibrated around me, a low hum that seemed to originate from everywhere and nowhere. My skin prickled as though touched by static electricity. The figure in the mirror tilted its head slightly, the first movement I'd witnessed, as if considering my question. I began documenting everything. I kept a journal by the hallway, noting each encounter. I recorded audio on my phone, hoping to capture the strange vibrations in the air. I researched mirror phenomena, diving into forums where others claimed similar experiences. Most were dismissed as pareidolia or overactive imaginations. None described what I was experiencing. My notes revealed patterns. The figure appeared most clearly during twilight hours. It grew more defined each day, gaining substance like a photograph slowly developing. The lavender scent intensified whenever the figure moved, which became more frequent. On the seventh day, I covered the mirror with a sheet. Through the fabric, I could see a dark stain spreading, the silhouette pressing against the barrier. The sheet began to vibrate, gently at first, then violently enough to tear free from its tape and float to the floor as if carried by unseen hands. The figure in the mirror smiled. Not a pleasant smile. Its face had become clearer, now features almost human, but wrong in subtle ways. Eyes too wide, mouth stretching beyond natural limits. It raised a hand, pressing it against its side of the mirror. The glass surface rippled like disturbed water. I found myself reaching out in response, some compulsion driving my hand forward despite the screaming alarms in my mind. My fingertips touched the cold surface. The glass felt soft, yielding like membrane. I yanked my hand back. On my fingertips, a residue glistened, neither liquid nor solid, but something in between that smelled of lavender and rust. That night I heard scratching from inside the walls, gentle at first like mice, then harder, more deliberate. In the morning I discovered fine cracks spreading outward from the mirror's frame, crawling across the hallway wall like veins. I tried leaving the house, packing a bag with shaking hands. At the front door, nausea overcame me, intensifying with each step away from the property until I collapsed on the lawn, retching and disoriented. Whatever bound me to the mirror wouldn't let me leave. I called friends, nobody answered. I sent messages describing my situation. They were delivered but never read. The world beyond my home seemed increasingly distant, unreachable. The figure in the mirror continued changing. Its features began shifting subtly, rearranging themselves into a familiar pattern. My pattern, my face, but wrong as if someone had studied me and attempted an imperfect recreation. I covered all reflective surfaces in the house: windows, television screens, the glossy refrigerator door. Each one revealed the figure, watching from different angles, always closer. In my journal, I noticed my handwriting changing, becoming less familiar with each entry. The final pages contained words I didn't remember writing, in a script that wasn't quite mine. Let me through, I've been waiting so long, let me through. The cracks from the mirror spread throughout the house, running along ceilings and floors, connecting every reflective surface. The air grew thick with the scent of lavender, so potent it became suffocating. Sleep became impossible. During brief moments of unconsciousness, I dreamed of standing on the other side of the mirror, looking out at an empty hallway, waiting for someone to pass by. I began forgetting small things: where I put my phone, what I ate last, my middle name. Gaps appeared in my memory, filled with hazy recollections of staring at my reflection for hours. The figure, my doppelganger, grew more solid as I felt myself becoming less substantial. My skin looked paler, almost translucent in certain light. Food lost its taste. Water failed to quench my thirst. I made one final attempt to break free. I took a hammer to the hallway mirror, swinging with all my remaining strength. The glass shattered with a sound like 1,000 voices screaming at once. Instead of falling to the floor, the fragments hung suspended in the air, rotating slowly. Through each piece, I saw a different fragment of the figure, watching me from multiple angles simultaneously. The pieces began to move, orbiting around me like planets around a sun, drawing closer with each rotation. I feel them now, these shards of reflection, pressing against my skin, seeking entry. The boundary between myself and the mirror thing has grown paper thin. Parts of me are already on the other side. The lavender scent has faded, replaced by something fresher, the clean smell of the outside world that I can no longer reach. I write this as a warning, though I doubt anyone will find it. Check your reflections carefully. Notice if they linger too long after you've moved away. Be wary of new scents that appear without source. And if you ever see someone standing behind you in a mirror when you know you're alone, don't look too long, don't speak to it, don't touch the glass. Because I'm still here, watching from behind every reflective surface, waiting for someone new to pass by. And now I know how to get through. Story 7, the floorboard was loose, just enough to pry it up with my fingers. Beneath it, buried in dust, was an old wooden box. The lock was rusted, the hinges barely holding together. My stomach twisted as I picked it up. The air smelled of dry wood and something faintly bitter, like aged paper. My fingers hesitated on the lid. I didn't remember putting this here. But carved into the wood in my own handwriting was a single question: why did you bury me? I set the box on my lap, wiping away years of dust with my sleeve. The wood felt unnaturally cold against my skin, despite the warmth of the room. I traced the carved letters with my fingertip, feeling each groove cut into the surface. The handwriting was unmistakably mine, the same slight slant to the letters, the distinctive way I curved my question marks. Yet I had no memory of carving these words or placing this box beneath my floor. The lock looked fragile, weakened by time. With a firm twist, it broke apart in my hands, bits of rust coating my fingertips like dried blood. As the lock fell away, a soft vibration pulsed through the wood, so subtle I almost believed I'd imagined it. I hesitated before opening the lid. Something about this box felt wrong, as if it existed in opposition to the natural order of things. The faint, bitter smell grew stronger, mixing with something new, a metallic scent that reminded me of pennies left too long in the sun. When I finally lifted the lid, I found a collection of items that made no sense together. A child's marble, swirled with colors that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. A folded note in yellowed paper, a small voice recorder, and a key made of a dark metal I couldn't identify. The note was written in my handwriting too, but it appeared fresher than the carving on the box. It read simply, "Don't listen to the recording, burn everything, leave this house now." I set the note aside and picked up the voice recorder. Its plastic casing felt warm, unlike the cold wood of the box. My thumb hovered over the play button as I considered the warning in my own handwriting. The rational part of my mind said this must be some elaborate prank, or perhaps something I'd done myself and forgotten. Yet a deeper instinct urged me to follow the note's instructions. I pressed play. Static filled the room, followed by my own voice, but distorted in a way that made my skin crawl. Day 4 of the experiment. The noises in the walls have changed. They're not random anymore. There's a pattern now. Something is learning. The recording cut to static again, then returned. Day 7, I found a door that wasn't there yesterday. It leads nowhere, just an empty frame in the middle of the basement wall. When I stand near it, I feel watched. More static. Day 12. I woke up with dirt under my fingernails. The bathroom mirror showed someone else's reflection for a split second. My reflection smiled when I frowned. The recording continued with increasingly disturbing observations, each entry separated by bursts of static that seemed to form words just beyond my comprehension. I wanted to stop the recording, but my finger wouldn't move to the button. Final entry, it's in the house now. It wears my face when I sleep. If you're hearing this, you're me, but you don't remember. You won't remember burying this box. You won't remember the warnings, but you need to leave now. Before it notices you found, the recording cut off abruptly. The silence that followed felt heavy, pressing against my ears. I returned everything to the box with shaking hands. The marble caught the light as I placed it back, its colors no longer shifting, but settled into a pattern that resembled an eye. I tried to convince myself this was nonsense, some forgotten project, perhaps from a creative writing phase I'd gone through. Yet as I stood up, my legs felt weak, and I noticed something I hadn't before. The dust on the floor around the loose board formed a perfect circle, undisturbed except for where I'd removed the plank. That night I couldn't sleep. The box sat on my desk, its presence filling the room. My ears became hypersensitive to every sound in the house, the settling of beams, the hum of the refrigerator, the whisper of wind against windows. Except one sound didn't belong, a subtle scratching inside the walls, rhythmic and deliberate. I told myself old houses make noises. This wasn't unusual. But when the scratching stopped exactly as I focused on it, replaced by silence so complete it felt artificial, my heart raced. I grabbed my phone to call a friend, seeking the comfort of another human voice, but the screen showed only static, like an old television tuned to a dead channel. The next morning I woke to find my hands dirty with soil and splinters. The box was back under the floorboard, though I had no memory of putting it there. When I retrieved it again, the contents had changed. The marble was gone, replaced by a small photograph of myself sleeping, taken from above my bed. The note now read, "You didn't listen. Now it knows you found the box again." I spent the day researching the history of my house, searching for any past tragedies or strange occurrences that might explain what was happening. The local library contained nothing unusual in its records, but as I flipped through microfiche archives of old newspapers, I noticed something odd. In photos of my house from decades ago, one window on the upper floor appeared in different positions in different photographs. It was subtle, just a slight shift left or right, but once I noticed it, I couldn't unsee it. The woman at the research desk saw me staring at the photos and leaned over. "Find something interesting?" she asked. I pointed to the window. "Does that look strange to you?" She adjusted her glasses and looked closely. Her expression changed, subtle but noticeable. "Probably just different photographers or camera angles," she said, but her voice lacked conviction. As she turned to leave, she hesitated. "Be careful with that house. People who ask questions about it tend to stop asking eventually." Back home, I found myself drawn to the box again. The recorder now contained a new message, though I hadn't recorded anything. My voice, but speaking words I'd never said. "You're looking in the wrong places. The answers aren't in history. They're in the spaces between walls, in the corners of rooms where shadows shouldn't fall. Count the windows from inside, then count them from outside. Notice the difference." I did as the recording suggested. From outside, I counted 8 windows facing the front of the house. From inside, there were 7 rooms with windows on that side. Standing in the hallway, I tried to visualize the layout to understand where the discrepancy might be. That's when I noticed the wallpaper pattern broke its rhythm at a certain point, as if hiding a seam. My fingers traced the wall, feeling a slight temperature difference where the pattern broke. Pressing harder, I felt the wall give slightly, then spring back. A hidden door, concealed so perfectly I would never have found it without knowing where to look. It took strength to pry it open, the edges sealed with layers of paint. When it finally gave way, I found not a room but a narrow corridor that shouldn't exist, squeezed between walls. The space was barely wide enough for me to edge through sideways. The air inside was stale and cold, carrying that same bitter scent from the box. I used my phone's flashlight to illuminate the passage. The beam revealed walls covered in writing, my handwriting floor to ceiling. Dates, observations, theories, warnings. Some entries were crossed out violently, others circled multiple times. One phrase repeated more than others: "It changes the house, it changes me." At the end of the corridor stood a door, smaller than standard size, like something from a child's playhouse. The key from the box fit perfectly in its lock. My hand trembled as I turned it, hearing the tumblers click into place. Beyond the door was a room that defied the dimensions of the house. It was both tiny and vast, its corners bending at impossible angles. The walls were lined with shelves, and on each shelf sat identical wooden boxes, dozens of them, each with the same question carved into the lid: "Why did you bury me?" In the center of the room stood a desk, and at that desk sat a figure with its back to me. A figure wearing clothes identical to mine. As if sensing my presence, it began to turn. I slammed the door shut before I could see its face, twisting the key in the lock with such force that it snapped, half of it remaining trapped inside. I backed away down the corridor, my heart pounding so hard I felt it might break through my ribs. That night I packed a bag. Whatever was happening in this house, I needed distance to process it. The warning in the note seemed like the only sensible advice to follow. As I threw clothes into a suitcase, I heard a new sound: the creak of floorboards from the room above, though I lived alone. Footsteps crossed the ceiling, stopping directly overhead. They were followed by the sound of splintering wood, as if someone were prying up floorboards. A thud followed something heavy being set down, then silence. I froze, listening. The silence stretched until I convinced myself I'd imagined the whole sequence. But as I resumed packing, a new sound emerged: a scratching at my bedroom door. Not like an animal trying to get in, but like someone carving letters into the wood. When the scratching stopped, I approached the door slowly. Carved into the wood from the outside, fresh enough that small splinters still clung to the gouges, was a message in my handwriting: "You can leave, but I'll find another you." I threw open the door, but the hallway was empty. The walls, however, were different. The wallpaper pattern had changed subtly, the colors slightly off. The rhythm of its design altered in ways that made my vision swim if I looked too long. The house was changing around me, reshaping itself according to rules I couldn't understand. And somewhere inside it, something was wearing my face, carving messages, burying boxes for me to find. I ran out the front door across the yard to my car. The engine refused to start at first, but after 3 tries it sputtered to life. As I pulled away, I glanced back at the house. In an upstairs window, a figure stood watching. My figure, wearing the clothes I'd packed in my suitcase, which now sat empty on my bed. I drove without destination, putting distance between myself and the house. After a while, my racing thoughts began to calm. Perhaps there was a rational explanation. Carbon monoxide poisoning could cause hallucinations and memory gaps. Old houses settled in strange ways. Stress could trigger dissociative episodes. I checked into a small roadside motel, falling into an exhausted sleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. I dreamed of corridors that led nowhere and everywhere, of doors that opened onto more doors, of my own face watching me from every reflective surface. When I woke, something felt wrong. The room looked identical to the one I'd fallen asleep in, yet subtly different. The painting on the wall showed the same landscape, but with colors slightly shifted toward red. The bathroom door was on the left side of the room instead of the right. On the desk sat a wooden box. My stomach dropped as I approached it. The same weathered wood, the same rusted lock, the same question carved into its surface: "Why did you bury me?" I didn't open it this time. I left it sitting there, grabbed my keys, and stepped outside. The motel looked normal, but the landscape beyond it was wrong. In the distance, instead of the highway I'd arrived on, I could see my house. Somehow, impossibly, I'd traveled in a circle. Or perhaps I'd never left at all. I returned to the room, sat on the edge of the bed, and stared at the box. Perhaps the only way forward was through. I would open it, listen to whatever new recording waited inside, follow whatever new clue it offered. Maybe this time I'd find answers instead of more questions. Maybe this time I'd discover who or what was buried beneath those floorboards, wearing my face, changing my reality, pulling me deeper into a mystery that seemed to have no beginning and no end. As I reached for the box, my fingers brushed against something in my pocket. I pulled out a small marble, swirled with colors that shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. I didn't remember putting it there, but as I held it up to the light, the colors settled into the pattern of an eye. An eye that blinked. Story 8, I was standing at the sink washing dishes when I saw her. A woman, faint and ghostly, reflected in the window. She wasn't behind me. She wasn't outside. She was in the glass itself, watching me with wide, unblinking eyes. My stomach turned as the scent of old flowers filled the air, thick and cloying. I stepped back, heart hammering, and then slowly her lips began to move. No sound came out, just silent words forming on pale lips. I blinked hard, certain my mind was playing tricks. When I looked again, she remained more solid than before. Her face was gaunt, with hollow cheeks and dark circles beneath eyes that seemed to hold endless depths of sadness. She wore something white, a dress or nightgown perhaps, its edges blurring into the glass. I raised my hand and she mirrored me, but with a delay, as if responding rather than reflecting. My breath caught in my throat. The dish I'd been washing slipped from my fingers, shattering in the sink. The crash echoed through my empty house, but the woman didn't flinch. She just kept staring, kept moving her lips in that silent, urgent communication. What does one do when confronted with the impossible? I grabbed my phone from the counter and snapped a photo. The screen showed only my kitchen window, dark against the night, reflecting nothing but my own pale face. I looked up from the screen, and there she was again, now pressing her palm against the glass from her side, leaving no fog, no smudge, no evidence. That night I slept on the couch, unable to face the windows in my bedroom. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by the persistent scent of decaying flowers that seemed to grow stronger whenever I drifted off. I dreamed of knocking on glass, of being trapped behind a transparent barrier while someone on the other side went about their life, oblivious to my pleas. Morning brought clarity and doubt. The rational part of my brain worked overtime to explain what I'd seen: stress, exhaustion, a trick of the light, the power of suggestion from some horror film still lingering in my subconscious. I convinced myself the incident was nothing more than a momentary hallucination. Until I saw her again. This time I was brushing my teeth, avoiding my own reflection while focusing on the mundane task at hand. But something drew my eyes upward, a movement that wasn't mine. There she was, not in the mirror, but beside my reflection, standing where no one should be able to stand. Her face was clearer now, less ghostly, but somehow more disturbing for it. I could make out the fine lines around her eyes, the subtle asymmetry of her features that made her undeniably real. I dropped my toothbrush and backed away, my mouth still full of foam. She followed my movement, not by walking, but by shifting within the mirror's surface, like a projection sliding across a screen. The bathroom felt suddenly cold, the tiles ice against my bare feet. The mirror began to fog despite the absence of steam, condensation forming in the shape of handprints that were much too small to be mine. I wiped the mirror clean with a towel. She disappeared, but only for a moment. As the glass dried, she reappeared, now closer to the surface, her features pressing against it like someone trying to push through a membrane. I decided to document everything. If I was losing my mind, I wanted proof. I set up my laptop to record the bathroom mirror while I slept. I took photos of every reflective surface in my house. I kept a journal, noting the times and circumstances of each appearance, the intensity of the floral smell that always accompanied her, the temperature drops that made my skin prickle with goosebumps. The recordings showed nothing. The photos captured only empty reflections. My journal entries became increasingly desperate, filled with sketches of her face and attempts to decipher the words she mouthed. Was she saying, "Help me" or "Help you"? Was it "behind" or "beware"? The uncertainty gnawed at me, keeping me awake long after exhaustion should have claimed me. Friends noticed my deterioration. During a video call, my colleague asked about the dark circles under my eyes, the jumpiness that had become my default state. I lied about insomnia, about work stress. What else could I say? That I was being haunted by a woman who existed only in reflections, that I'd begun to avoid all shiny surfaces, covering mirrors with sheets and turning pictures face down. One night, unable to sleep despite days of exhaustion, I decided to confront her. I uncovered the bathroom mirror, steeled myself, and looked directly at where she usually appeared. Nothing, just my own haggard face staring back. I felt a mixture of relief and disappointment. "Where are you?" I whispered to the empty mirror. "What do you want from me?" The smell of flowers intensified, so strong it made my eyes water. The lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized at a dimmer setting. And then, like ink spreading through water, she appeared behind my reflection, no longer beside me but fully behind me, as if standing in my bathroom. I spun around. The bathroom was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, she was still there, watching me from behind my reflection. I couldn't look away as she raised her hand and placed a finger to her lips in the universal gesture for silence. Then she pointed down. My gaze followed her direction to the sink, the drain. Something dark was seeping up from it, not water, but something thicker, darker. The smell shifted from flowers to damp earth and something metallic. Blood. I stumbled backward, hitting the bathroom door. In the mirror, the woman shook her head slowly, still pointing at the drain. She wanted me to look closer. She wanted me to understand. Against every instinct, I moved forward, leaning over the sink. The dark substance continued to rise, now filling the basin. My reflection distorted in its surface, stretching and twisting until it was no longer recognizable as human. The woman appeared in this new, liquid mirror, her face now contorted in what might have been sorrow or rage. Her lips moved again, and this time I heard her not with my ears but inside my head, a voice that seemed to reverberate through my skull. "You found me." The words weren't accusatory, but filled with a terrible sadness and something like relief. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice barely audible even to myself. In answer, the dark liquid in the sink began to recede, swirling down the drain. As it disappeared, images flashed across its surface. A house that looked disturbingly like mine, but older, weathered. A garden overgrown with flowers that matched the scent that had been haunting me. A patch of disturbed earth beneath a window. The implication hit me with physical force, driving the air from my lungs. Something was buried there, someone. The next day, I researched the history of my house, digging through property records and newspaper archives. I learned about the previous owners, a couple who had lived here decades ago. The wife had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The husband claimed she had left him, but no one had seen her leave. No one had heard from her again. That night, the woman appeared in every reflective surface throughout my house windows, television screens, the polished wood of my coffee table, even the dull sheen of my refrigerator door. She was no longer trying to communicate. She was simply watching, waiting for me to act on what I now knew. Sleep became impossible. I could feel her presence even with my eyes closed, could smell those decaying flowers even when I buried my face in my pillow. The weight of her expectation pressed down on me, making it hard to breathe. I began to dig in my garden beneath the kitchen window where I had first seen her. The soil gave way easily, as if it had been disturbed before, not that long ago. I dug through the night, my neighbor's security light casting long shadows across the yard. My shovel hit something solid, not bone as I had feared, but metal. A box, rusted and dented. Inside was a diary, its pages warped with moisture but still readable. It belonged to the woman whose husband had reported her missing. The entries stopped abruptly, mid-sentence. The final page contained a hurried note, the handwriting jagged with fear. "If you're reading this, I never left willingly. He's coming. I hear him on the stairs. Remember me." When I looked up from the diary, she was there, standing before me in the garden, no longer confined to reflections. She was solid now, real in a way that defied explanation. She knelt beside me, her white dress unstained by the dirt, and placed her hand over mine on the diary. Her touch was cold but gentle. "What do you want me to do?" I asked, my voice breaking. She smiled then, a sad expression that transformed her face into something beautiful despite its gauntness. She didn't speak, but I understood. She wanted justice. She wanted to be found properly this time. I nodded, a promise made without words. She leaned forward and pressed her forehead against mine, a gesture of gratitude that sent ice through my veins. When I opened my eyes again, she was gone. But not completely. I still catch glimpses of her sometimes, in unexpected reflections, the surface of my morning coffee, the gleam of a doorknob, the window of a passing car. She's waiting for me to fulfill my promise, to bring her story to light, and I will. Because now I understand why she chose me, why she appeared in my window that night. It wasn't random. Nothing ever is. There are connections beneath the surface of our lives, invisible threads that bind us to places, to events, to people we've never met. I've started to notice other anomalies since then, objects that move when I'm not looking, shadows that don't match their sources, whispers just below the threshold of hearing. The world feels thinner somehow, more permeable. I wonder sometimes what will happen when I finally bring her justice. Will she leave? Will the veil between us close again? Part of me hopes so. But another part, a part that grows stronger each day, wonders if I'll ever truly be alone again, if my reflection will ever be just my own. Because once you've seen the cracks in reality, you can't unsee them. And sometimes what looks back at you from those cracks recognizes something in you that you didn't know was there. Something that was waiting to be found. Story 9, I didn't remember inviting him in, but when I woke up this morning, a man was sitting at my kitchen table. He was dressed in old clothes, his hands folded neatly in his lap. The scent of damp wood and something sharp, like burned sugar, clung to the air. "You don't remember me," he said, smiling softly. My stomach twisted. I didn't, but somehow deep in my bones I knew I should. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The morning light filtered through the blinds, casting thin stripes across his weathered face. His features were unremarkable, the kind you'd forget in a crowd, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. "A friend," he said, his smile never wavering. "Someone who's been waiting to visit you again." Again, the word echoed in my mind, bouncing against fragments of memories I couldn't quite grasp. I moved toward the coffee pot, keeping my eyes on him. My fingers trembled as I poured water into the reservoir. "Make enough for two," he said. His voice had a strange quality, like distant thunder. I noticed then that the clock on my microwave had stopped. The digital display was frozen, unblinking. My phone was nowhere in sight. The silence between us felt heavy, disturbed only by the gurgling of the coffee machine. "I should call someone," I said, more to myself than to him. "Who would you call?" he asked, tilting his head slightly. "And what would you say?" He had a point. What would I say? That a strange man was sitting in my kitchen, claiming to know me. That somehow I'd let him in without remembering. I'd sound unhinged. The coffee finished brewing. I poured 2 cups, sliding one across the table to him. He didn't touch it. "Do you remember the dreams?" he asked. My hand froze midway to my mouth. The dreams, flashes of darkness, of running through endless corridors, of something always just behind me. Dreams that had plagued me for weeks now. "How do you know about those?" His smile widened a fraction, "Because I've been in them, watching, waiting." A chill ran down my spine. I set my cup down. The liquid inside rippled, though my hand was steady now. "I'm going to need you to leave," I said, surprised by the firmness in my voice. He shook his head slowly. "I'm afraid I can't do that, not yet." I stood up, anger replacing fear. "This is my house. You can't just—" "Is it?" he interrupted. "Are you sure about that?" For the first time, I looked around my kitchen, really looked. The cabinets were the wrong color. The layout was familiar, but subtly off, like a mirror image of what I remembered. And the view outside the window, a dense fog where my backyard should be. "What is this?" I whispered. "What's happening?" "You're starting to notice," he said, sounding pleased. "Good, that's progress." I grabbed my phone from the counter when it appeared there and tried to call emergency services. The screen remained dark, unresponsive. "That won't work here," he said. "Nothing from outside comes in. Nothing from inside goes out." I threw the phone against the wall. It made no sound as it hit, and when I looked, it was back on the counter, untouched. "What do you want from me?" I demanded. He stood up, pushing his untouched coffee aside. "Walk with me. There's something you need to see." Against all reason, I followed him through my house. Each room we passed was slightly wrong furniture I didn't recognize, photos on the walls with faces that blurred when I tried to focus on them. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, doors appearing on either side that had never been there before. He stopped at the end of the hall, pointing to a door I'd never seen. It was made of dark, ancient wood with strange symbols carved around its frame. A faint humming emanated from behind it. "Open it," he said. "No," I replied, taking a step back. "Tell me what's going on first. Tell me who you are." "You know who I am," he said. "You invited me in long ago. You just don't want to remember." I pressed my back against the wall, trying to put distance between us. "I never invited you anywhere." He sighed, suddenly looking tired. not in words perhaps, but in thoughts, in dreams, in moments of weakness and despair. You called out and I answered. His words struck a chord within me. Memories surfaced, nights spent alone, consumed by darkness both inside and out. Whispered pleas into the void for someone, anyone to hear me, to find me. That was different, I said, my voice cracking. That wasn't an invitation. Intent matters less than consequence, he replied. His hand reached for the doorknob. But I grow tired of this game. If you won't open it, I will. The door swung open, revealing not a room, but a vast, swirling darkness. Within it, points of light twinkled like distant stars. The humming grew louder, resolving into what sounded like countless whispered voices. "What is that?" I asked, unable to look away. "The space between," he said, "where I found you, where you've always been." He gestured for me to look closer. I leaned forward, despite every instinct screaming against it. Within the darkness, shapes moved, shadowy figures that seemed to be walking, talking, living ordinary lives. And among them I saw myself, moving through the motions of a day much like any other. "That's not possible," I whispered. "You created this place," he said, gesturing to the house around us. "A sanctuary from what you couldn't face, but sanctuaries become prisons if you stay too long." I backed away from the door, shaking my head. "No, this is real, I'm real." "Parts of you are," he conceded. "The parts you brought with you when you retreated here. But the rest of you is out there waiting." I ran back down the impossible hallway, through the distorted rooms of what I'd believed was my home. I threw open the front door, expecting to escape, only to find myself standing once again at the threshold of the strange door at the end of the hall. He was waiting, patient as ever. "You've tried that before," he said, "many times." I slumped against the wall, exhaustion overwhelming me. "What do you want?" "To finish what we started," he replied, "to complete our bargain." "What bargain?" He knelt beside me, his face inches from mine. "You asked for shelter from your pain, I provided it, but nothing is free, especially not escape. Now it's time to pay." My heart raced as fragments of memory aligned. The accident, the hospital, the prognosis, the desperate wish to be anywhere else, anyone else. "You're not real," I whispered. "You're just part of whatever this is." He smiled, and for a moment his features shifted, revealing something ancient and terrible beneath the human facade. "I'm as real as you are," he said, "which is to say, it depends on where you're standing." He offered his hand. "It's time to go back. The longer you stay, the more it will hurt to return." I looked past him at the door and the darkness beyond, at the shadow of my real self, moving through a world I'd tried to escape. "Will I remember this place?" I asked. "Would you want to?" I considered the question, this false home, this prison of my own making. The man who wasn't a man, who had granted a wish I should never have made. "No," I decided, "but I want to remember you so I don't make the same mistake again." He laughed, a sound like cracking ice. "That's what you said last time, and the time before that." With tremendous effort, I stood up. "How do I leave?" "The same way you entered," he said, "through the door you've been afraid to open." I approached the door, feeling the pull of the darkness beyond. The humming voices grew louder, more insistent. "Will you come with me?" I asked, not turning around. "I never left," he replied. "I'll be waiting when you need me again, when the pain becomes too much, when you want to disappear." I placed my hand on the doorknob. It was cold, so cold it burned. "Goodbye," I said. "For now," he answered. I stepped through the door and into the void. The sensation of falling, of dissolving, of becoming something else entirely consumed me. And then, light pain, voices, real voices. "Welcome back," someone said, "a doctor, not my unwanted guest. You gave us quite a scare." I tried to speak, but tubes blocked my throat. My body felt heavy, broken, real. The memories of my sanctuary faded like morning mist, leaving only fragments behind. But his face remained clear in my mind, and his promise echoed, "I'll be waiting." Night after night, as I struggled through recovery, I felt him watching from the corners of my hospital room, in the shadows cast by medical equipment, in the reflections on the window glass. When I finally returned home, my real home, I found a cup of cold coffee waiting on the kitchen table. No one else had been there. The nurses had just dropped me off. I poured it down the drain and tried to forget. But sometimes, when the pain is at its worst, when the burden of living becomes too heavy, I catch myself glancing at empty chairs, half expecting to see him sitting there. And I know deep in my bones that he's still waiting for my invitation. Story 10. In the dim light of a dusky evening, as I meandered through the labyrinthine streets of the city, my eyes caught sight of an enigmatic rhyme etched onto a weathered brick wall. The verses, though faded, carried a rhythmic cadence that seemed to echo with a haunting melody. The cool night air mingled with the scent of rain-kissed concrete, enveloping me in a sense that the very essence of the city was whispering an ancient secret, reserved only for those willing to pause and listen. With a curious tug at my heart, I drew closer to the wall, my fingertips tracing the rough surface of the aged bricks. The words beneath my touch seemed to throb gently, their ink suspended in a state between the present moment and a distant memory. A soft breeze whispered through the narrow alleyway, carrying with it the rustle of fallen leaves and the distant echoes of life. It was then that I noticed the peculiar anomaly of the rhyme. Each line appeared to be penned in subtly different handwriting, as if a chorus of voices had contributed to its creation over time. Some letters flowed with elegant curves, while others stood rigid and precise, yet together they formed a disconcerting harmony. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a warm glow that painted gentle shadows on the wall. As darkness descended, I reached for my phone to illuminate the mysterious text, but to my bewilderment, the words seemed to shift and rearrange themselves under the artificial light, as if playing a clandestine game with my perception. Blinking in disbelief, I endeavored to commit the verses to memory. Each line settled into my mind with an uncanny ease, as though they had always resided there, patiently waiting to be rediscovered rather than learned anew. The rhyme spoke of shadows that walked in tandem with us, of memories lingering in the intervals between moments, and of a melody that only the walls could discern. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that solitary wall, where the words seemed to echo in my dreams and reverberate in my waking thoughts. I observed passers-by, their hands trailing along the same weathered bricks, their expressions distant as if attuned to a melody just beyond my grasp. Weeks turned into months, and I began to discern similar verses adorning other walls scattered across the cityscape. Each stanza connected seamlessly to the last, like chapters in an unending tale. The kaleidoscope of handwriting styles persisted, a collective of authors weaving their enigmatic narrative into the fabric of the urban landscape. I endeavored to document these cryptic verses, capturing each new discovery through the lens of my camera, yet the images always emerged slightly blurred, as if resisting capture, as if yearning to remain elusive. Delving deeper into this enigma, I noticed subtle shifts in my perception. The symphony of street sounds took on a rhythmic quality, the hum of traffic harmonizing into a distant melody. Even the raindrops seemed to fall in a choreographed dance, tapping out messages in a cryptic code that tantalized my understanding. On quiet nights, I would stand before the original wall that had first beckoned me, its verses hovering in that liminal space between reality and reverie. Strangers would occasionally join me, their silent presence a testament to the magnetic allure of the rhyme. We shared a silent kinship, bound by a mutual curiosity that transcended words. The rhyme narrated a tale of bygone eras when cities pulsed with life, when memories were etched into the very stones, and when the streets hummed with the echoes of countless journeys. It whispered of a hidden realm intertwined with our own, visible only to those willing to pause and listen. Some nights I fancied I heard a soft hum emanating from the bricks themselves, a mellifluous lullaby woven from the echoes of urban life and forgotten dreams. With the changing seasons, the verses seemed to adapt, shimmering like mirages in the summer heat, flowing like liquid ink in the autumn rains, crystallizing into delicate patterns in the winter frost. To this day, I return to that enigmatic wall, though I have long since committed every word of the rhyme to memory. Occasionally, I notice subtle additions, new lines interwoven with the old, the collective of handwriting styles expanding like a family tree. The mystery persists, evolving like a living entity, leaving an indelible mark on those who chance upon its enigmatic verses. What captivates me most is the disparate impact the rhyme has on each individual. Some depart with serene smiles, others bear a contemplative gaze that lingers for days. Many, like myself, find themselves drawn back time and again, captivated by the unspoken promise of hidden wisdom lingering within those weathered words. The riddle of the rhyme remains unsolved, a testament to the enduring enigma that weaves itself through the tapestry of urban existence. As night descends and the city surrenders to its nocturnal cadence, I often ponder the elusive authors whose penmanship adorns the walls. Are they still out there contributing to their endless opus? Do they, too, traverse the city streets, their fingers tracing the same weathered bricks, attuned to the elusive melody that weaves through the urban fabric? Perhaps we have crossed paths in the shadows, connected by invisible threads of shared understanding, all participants in a narrative that eternally scripts itself in the margins of our urban tapestry. Story 11. In the hushed stillness of midnight, as I lay in bed, a stray echo caught my attention, a voice that seemed both familiar and achingly distant. The soft hum of the air conditioner and the gentle rustle of leaves outside merged into a spectral chorus, evoking memories of a presence I had long believed to be gone. That night, my bedroom exuded an otherworldly aura. Moonbeams danced on the walls, painting silver patterns that pulsed with a subtle rhythm. The air in the room held a peculiar heaviness, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm, where all things hold their breath in anticipation. Shadows deepened in the corners, pooling like conspirators gathering to share whispered secrets among themselves. The voice returned, a mere whisper at the edge of my perception, its tone reminiscent of wind chimes swaying in a gentle breeze, carrying a melody laced with inherent melancholy. Slowly I sat up, my blanket sliding off with a whisper of fabric against fabric. The cool solidity of the wooden floor beneath my feet grounded me in reality, even as my thoughts wandered into the realm of the inexplicable. Navigating through my house at night had always been a familiar ritual of muscle memory and cautious steps, yet on this night each room bore an unfamiliar essence. The hallway stretched before me, its walls seeming to absorb the dim light rather than reflect it. Family photos gazed upon me with distant eyes trapped behind glass, their once familiar faces now distant echoes of the past. Guided by the ethereal voice, I found myself drawn to my study, where rows of books lined the walls, their spines blending into a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My old reading chair sat empty, yet it exuded an air of anticipation, as if its previous occupant had just departed. The leather seat still held a lingering warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast a soft, amber glow that seemed to pulse with each whispered breath of the night. Something peculiar caught my eye amidst my collection of vinyl records. One album stood slightly apart, its sleeve bearing the marks of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it lay, a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was ajar, though I could have sworn I had closed it the evening before. Almost of its own volition, my hand lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl caught the warm light of the lamp, creating concentric circles of reflection that spiraled towards the center like a hypnotic invitation. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my intervention, and music began to play not the symphony I had anticipated, but the gentle patter of rain on a tin roof, intermingled with distant piano notes that seemed to echo from the depths of memory. The voice intertwined with these sounds, now more pronounced, weaving words that felt like fractured recollections of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer nights spent on a porch swing, of vows exchanged beneath starlit skies, and of time slipping away like fine sand through gentle fingers. The antique clock that had belonged to my grandmother ticked methodically in the corner, its brass pendulum swinging back and forth, each motion stretching into an eternal moment. The voice drew me back to her, evoking memories of shared evenings listening to her tales, her hands deftly working on needlework as the same lamp bathed us in its warm halo. Had she known of this voice, had she left me a message that was only now revealing its significance? A subtle shift in the room's temperature created wisps of air that made the lamp's light dance. Shadows cast varied hues of darkness, within which I discerned intricate patterns reminiscent of the lace doilies my grandmother used to create, patterns that seemed to hold veiled meanings. Sinking into the worn embrace of my reading chair, I found solace as the voice continued its ghostly soliloquy. Its cadence matched the swaying of the clock's pendulum, weaving a hypnotic tapestry of memory and enigma. Tracing patterns on the chair's armrests with my fingers, I followed the grooves worn by years of similar gestures. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in harmony with the voice, their contents shifting imperceptibly. One book stood out, a volume of poetry gifted to me by my grandmother long ago. Its spine glimmered faintly in the lamplight, and I realized the voice was reciting verses that I had once read aloud to her in her final days. Time flowed like molasses in winter, rich with significance yet resistant to quantification. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its words remained tantalizingly just out of reach. It spoke of connections that transcended the boundaries of time, of a love that echoed through generations, of memories that lingered in the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn tiptoed closer, its gray tendrils stretching through the window, the voice began to fade. The record spun silently, the needle tracing its eternal circular path. The lamp's glow dimmed one final time, and in that fleeting instant, I grasped a profound truth about the nature of memory and absence, of how some voices never truly depart, they merely wait for the opportune moment to share their truths. When daylight flooded the room in its entirety, I found myself still ensconced in the reading chair, the record player dormant, the lamp extinguished. The room bore no trace of my nocturnal journey, save for a single book of poetry resting open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether the experience had been a dream or a reality seemed inconsequential compared to the residual emotion it left in its wake, a sense of connection to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately known. Though the voice had ebbed with the night, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than elucidated. And in the tranquil moments that ensued, I found solace in the ambiguity, in the liminal space between understanding and curiosity, where the most exquisite enigmas found their dwelling place. Story 12. On a hazy afternoon, I set foot into a forgotten quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The vast expanse was alive with faint, eerie whispers as the wind caressed sharp rocks and concealed crevices. The cool aroma of aged stone and lingering dampness hung in the air, creating a mysterious dialogue between the quarry and the passage of time. I pondered the enigmatic tales these silent walls had borne witness to. Each step I took deeper into the quarry, my footfalls softly echoed against worn stone pathways. A gentle disturbance of pale dust rose with every step, pirouetting in the subdued light filtering through the overcast heavens. The atmosphere grew noticeably cooler as I descended, carrying with it a subtle sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blossoms. Abandoned places had always beckoned to me, yet this quarry held a unique allure, a soft, pulsing energy that seemed to radiate from its very essence. The towering stone walls, standing like ancient sentinels around me, bore the scars of countless human endeavors, but now they whispered of something far more ancient, far more profound. Turning a corner, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled against one of the walls, partially veiled by creeping vines, stood an ancient wooden door. Its weathered surface had faded to a gentle gray, and despite its evident age, it appeared strangely well preserved. What struck me most was not the door itself, but the slow, rhythmic movement of the vines around it, a breathing motion that seemed independent of the wind. Approaching the door cautiously, my fingers brushed against the cool stone beside it. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone reminiscent of freshly overturned soil. Standing there, I began to discern subtle shifts in the quarry's ambience. The natural echo of the space seemed to transform, assuming an almost melodic quality. It was as if the very stone resonated with a melody just beneath the edge of perception. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, weathered surface where one might have been. Upon closer inspection, I noticed intricate patterns carved into the wood spirals and curves that seemed to shift and morph when viewed from different angles. Each attempt to trace a pattern led seamlessly into another, creating an endless dance of geometric elegance. Time seemed to flow differently in that place. The overcast sky had darkened imperceptibly, yet whether minutes or hours had slipped by remained uncertain. The quarry's whispers had grown clearer, though still beyond comprehension. They evoked the muffled cadence of distant conversations, the rhythm of speech without the clarity of words. Mesmerized, I found myself seated on a smooth boulder near the door, captivated by the gentle sway of the vines and the steady pulse of some unseen energy. The stone beneath me radiated warmth despite the chill in the air, as if it retained ancient memories of the sun's embrace. As twilight descended, faint points of light began to emerge from the deeper recesses of the quarry walls. They shimmered softly, casting delicate patterns that mirrored the carvings on the door, creating a silent dialogue between light and shadow. The sweet fragrance grew more pronounced, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as if the very air had thickened to support my form. The quarry's whispers evolved into a gentle symphony of stone and wind, punctuated by sounds akin to footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. When I finally rose to depart, a subtle change caught my attention. The door, though still closed, had shifted slightly, revealing a slender strip of warm light along its edge. The vines continued their rhythmic motion, now appearing to stretch gradually, extending delicate tendrils that faintly glowed in the encroaching darkness. I refrained from touching the door that day, yet I have revisited the quarry many times since. At times I would sit for hours, observing the interplay of light and shadow, listening to the murmured confidences of the stone. The door remained, static yet ever-changing in subtle ways that eluded my grasp. What lies beyond that door? The question lingers in quiet moments, but I have come to accept that some mysteries are destined to remain unsolved. The quarry guards its secrets, revealing them only through whispers and clues, in the gentle dance of vines and the soft radiance of hidden lights. Perhaps the true magic lies not in unveiling what lies beyond the door, but in silently contemplating its existence. In my dreams, I often return to that spot, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the caress of the cool breeze. The quarry's whispers accompany me into slumber, a lullaby woven of stone and time, reminding me that some places exist in the realm between knowledge and imagination, between sight and sensation. The door stands nestled amidst breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring entry. And the quarry continues its ancient discourse with time, speaking in whispers and lights, in shadows and scents, narrating tales to those who come to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 13. In the quiet hush of a late evening, I found myself drawn to an abandoned cinema, its marquee a faded echo of forgotten grandeur. Inside, the darkness enveloped me like a velvet cloak, broken only by the soft glow of a flickering projector. Ghostly images danced across the cracked screen, whispering tales of a past long gone, mingling with the scent of popcorn and dust hanging heavy in the air. As I settled into a worn velvet seat at the back, a mysterious pull urged me to stay, to uncover the secrets this forgotten palace held within its walls. The rhythmic whirring of the projector wove a spell around me, a lullaby from another era that beckoned me into a trance-like state. Dust motes swirled in the beam of light, forming intricate patterns that hinted at hidden truths just beyond reach. In the shadows of the auditorium, subtle movements caught my eye, like whispers of memories playing out in the corners of my vision. The screen flickered with scenes from an old film, each frame tinged with a sense of intimacy that sent shivers down my spine. A woman, her back always turned, moved through different settings: a garden party, a dimly lit restaurant, a rain-soaked street, her purpose elusive yet palpable, a yearning etched in every graceful step. A soft murmur brushed against my ear, carrying words lost to the echoes of time. The room's temperature shifted, creating invisible currents that caressed my skin with gentle warmth and coolness. The leather armrests beneath my touch seemed to retain the warmth of a presence now vanished, a ghostly echo of company. As the film unfolded, subtle anomalies emerged, a discordant note in the seamless narrative. The woman's dress changed hues, scenes repeated with subtle alterations, each loop a new layer of intrigue. Instead of dialogue, the sound system whispered soft breaths and sighs, a haunting accompaniment to the unfolding mystery. I felt a strange kinship with the woman on screen, her movements mirroring my own in an uncanny dance of shadows. Yet her face remained veiled, a tantalizing secret just out of grasp. The air grew heavy with the fragrance of jasmine, a perfume that stirred emotions long dormant, weaving a tapestry of sorrow and longing around me. The film took an unexpected turn, revealing the theater itself in its former glory, a snapshot of a bygone era. The audience, faces obscured, watched as the woman flitted from seat to seat, a spectral presence in the sea of empty chairs. A diary, aged and weathered, appeared in my hands, its pages filled with cryptic entries chronicling a quest for closure within these very walls. With each turn of the page, the projector's light dimmed, casting a soft glow that illuminated the diary's faded words. The entries spoke of a relentless search for an elusive ending, a journey intertwined with the theater's very essence. The final words, frozen in time, hinted at a resolution just beyond reach, a culmination that remained tantalizingly close. As the film neared its conclusion, the woman turned towards the camera, a veil of static shrouding her features before darkness enveloped the screen. The projector fell silent, leaving me in a world of shadows broken only by the dim glow of exit signs. A fleeting touch, a lingering scent of jasmine, and a silent farewell lingered in the air as I retraced my steps, returning the diary to its rightful place. In the lobby, a figure in a vintage dress caught my eye, a silent sentinel against the darkened screen. A wave, a whisper of recognition, and then she was gone, leaving behind a sense of completion in the unfinished symphony of stories that echoed through the empty theater. And as time passed, the scent of jasmine and the weight of unseen gazes remained, a reminder of the beauty found in the mysteries left untold. Story 14, high above the vibrant city below, a hidden rooftop garden revealed itself to me on a forgotten building. Bathed in the soft glow of secret lanterns, the garden exuded an ethereal beauty that defied explanation. Lush plants and colorful flowers emitted a mysterious radiance, creating an oasis where the chaos of the urban world intertwined with a gentle magic. It was on a crisp autumn evening, with the sky cloaked in deep velvet and the scent of fallen leaves in the air, that I first glimpsed the enchanting light shimmering from my apartment window. Like a beckoning whisper, the glow pulsated softly, drawing me into its alluring embrace. Night after night, I found myself captivated by the garden's gentle luminescence, watching as it danced among the shadows like a delicate dream. After weeks of quiet observation, I stumbled upon a concealed stairwell that led me to the rooftop sanctuary. The metal door opened soundlessly, unveiling a realm suspended between reality and reverie. Mist swirled around my feet as I ventured onto the weathered wooden path, each step releasing the fragrance of rain-soaked cedar into the night air. The garden itself was a marvel of the senses. Unfamiliar flowers swayed in an unseen breeze, their petals emitting a soft glow that painted the surroundings in pastel hues. Ornate lanterns hung from ancient posts, their light reminiscent of starlight captured in dewdrops at dawn. As I delved deeper into this mystical space, I noticed peculiar phenomena unfolding around me. The plants seemed to respond to my presence, their leaves subtly shifting to follow my movements. The air filled with the intoxicating perfume of night-blooming blossoms, each bloom elusive and ever-changing, as if concealing secrets within their delicate folds. A tranquil pond mirrored the enigmatic lights, its surface occasionally rippling without a discernible cause. Peering into its depths, I glimpsed ethereal shapes moving beneath the surface, not fish, but ephemeral patterns of light that ebbed and flowed like fleeting thoughts. Time flowed differently within the confines of the garden, stretching and contracting in a dance of its own making. Entranced by the inexplicable comfort that enveloped me, I returned night after night, surrendering to the peaceful ambience that enveloped me like a soft embrace. On one occasion, I stumbled upon a weathered stone bench obscured by luminescent vines, its surface etched with intricate symbols that seemed to shift and change, telling stories just beyond the grasp of understanding. The most mesmerizing aspect of the garden was its ethereal music, a haunting melody that lingered at the edge of perception. Sometimes it emanated from the very flowers themselves, while other times it seemed to drift from the spaces between the stars above. The sound was a balm to the soul, defying description like the essence of wind or the touch of moonlight. Throughout my visits, I discovered traces of unknown visitors: a glowing pearl button, a warm brass key, a script-covered paper that shifted languages when I looked away. These remnants hinted at the garden's shared secrets, yet I never encountered another soul within its mystical confines. With each changing season, the garden transformed in ways that defied the natural order. Flowers bloomed in improbable hues under winter's watchful eye, and autumn leaves pirouetted in the embrace of spring's gentle breeze. The mist lingered, as did the enchanting glow that had initially drawn me to this hidden paradise. Despite its enigmatic nature, I continued my pilgrimages to the rooftop sanctuary, content to bask in its mysteries without seeking definitive answers. Some questions, I realized, were meant to be pondered with gentle curiosity rather than unraveled as riddles. The garden became my sanctuary, a threshold where reality and dreams intertwined. Time flowed like honey, and the clamor of the world below faded into insignificance. In moments of quiet reflection amidst the radiant blooms, I caught fleeting glimpses of other gardens shimmering in the lantern's reflections, akin to hidden realms existing between the known and the unknown. I began to believe that this rooftop oasis was merely one of many secret sanctuaries scattered across the world, awaiting discovery by those in need. The gentle pulse of light continued to beckon against the night sky, calling out to kindred spirits as it once beckoned to me. While the true source of the garden's magic and the essence of its existence remained shrouded in mystery, I embraced the notion that some enigmas are meant to be embraced rather than unraveled, experienced rather than explained. In this celestial haven high above the bustling city, I found solace in the realization that true peace often blossoms not from answers found, but from the serenity of living harmoniously with the questions that guide us through life's labyrinthine pathways. Story 15. On a somber afternoon, a mysterious envelope materialized amidst my daily mail, devoid of any identifying marks. Intrigued, I unfurled the aged paper, revealing handwritten words that seemed to awaken a slumbering part of my mind. The faint aroma of antiquated ink and lavender wafted through the room, prompting me to question the very essence of my past. The paper, fragile and weathered, felt like a whisper against my fingertips. Outside, the rain tapped softly on the window, creating a tranquil melody that harmonized with the rhythm of my heart. Bathed in the warm glow of my reading lamp, the letter's elegant script danced before me in a soft amber light. "My dearest friend," it began, "I write to remind you of the summer house where we shared moments of pure serenity." Curiously, I had no recollection of such a place, yet as I delved into the letter, I could almost feel the sun's caress on my skin and hear the gentle symphony of waves in the distance. Beside me, the crackling fireplace offered a comforting presence as I immersed myself in the missive. Each word acted as a key, unlocking dormant memories that felt simultaneously alien and intimately known. I could almost taste the salt in the air, sense the coolness of wooden floorboards beneath my feet, and hear the rustle of cotton curtains in a gentle breeze. The letter painted vivid scenes of afternoon teas in delicate china cups adorned with blue flowers, of hushed conversations in a garden where roses bloomed eternally, and of a mysterious locked room on the upper floor. With each description, the fragmented memories coalesced into a tapestry of experiences that felt tangible, though I was certain they were not my own. As my cat purred contentedly in my lap, I turned to the next page, her warmth anchoring me in the present while my thoughts wandered through these ethereal recollections. The handwriting remained steady and graceful, recounting events that now felt as real as the chair in which I sat, strolling through misty gardens at dawn, witnessing shadows dance by candlelight, and hearing phantom piano melodies in the stillness. The creaking of the wooden floors beneath me seemed to echo the sounds described in the letter, as if the very essence of the summer house had seeped into my home. The scent of lavender permeated the air, enveloping me in a cloak of memories that seemed to belong to another existence. Or did they? The letter alluded to shared secrets, unspoken bonds, and a locket that supposedly never left my possession, containing a photograph of two enigmatic figures standing before a stately mansion. Though my fingers found only bare skin when I reached for my neck, the phantom weight of that locket lingered, a ghostly reminder of a past unknown. Outside, the rain whispered cryptic secrets, a subtle accompaniment to the letter's tales of rainy days spent in the library of the summer house, where books' titles shifted in the periphery of vision. I tried to recall the scent of those leather-bound tomes, a memory that eluded me, yet felt achingly familiar. As I approached the final page, the ink appeared to fade, blurring the line between words and memories. The writer recounted a pivotal choice we had made together, a decision that transcended reality itself. They spoke of a midnight ritual in the garden under a moon casting shadows askew, a moment that marked both an end and a beginning. The letter concluded with a cryptic message. Remember, dear friend, that our memories are but fluid reflections of truths unseen. The narrative we hold may not be the only one. Perhaps this letter will guide you to a different story, or perhaps it will illuminate the one you chose to forget. Signed with a mysterious initial that seemed to shift with each glance, the letter left me with more questions than answers. As I folded the paper along its creases, my reflection in the window glass momentarily flickered, revealing a visage both familiar and foreign. The rain's cadence softened, and the scent of lavender dissipated, leaving behind a lingering sense of disquiet. Placing the letter back into its envelope, I knew that my memories, whether genuine or phantom, chosen or bestowed, had been forever altered. Drifting into slumber in my favorite armchair, I heard the distant melodies of waves and piano, felt the weight of an imaginary locket against my chest, and pondered the enigma of a past that may have never been mine to begin with. Story 16. In the depths of my home, amidst forgotten treasures, I stumbled upon a locked drawer nestled within an ancient desk. With a touch of persistence, the drawer yielded to my efforts, revealing a carefully folded note within. The paper, weathered and tinged with age, bore the graceful script of a bygone hand, hinting at secrets veiled in the house's past. A delicate fragrance of cedar and antiquity wafted from the note, beckoning me to uncover its enigma. As I gingerly unfurled the fragile parchment, a hushed whisper of time echoed through the room, mingling with the soft glow of evening light filtering through lace draperies. Shadows pirouetted across the worn surface of the desk, painting a tranquil scene. An atmosphere thick with anticipation enveloped me, yet it carried a soothing weight akin to the calm before a summer rain. The note bore an ancient date, penned in elegant loops that spoke of eras long past. My dearest friend, it began, drawing me deeper into its enigmatic prose. Each line unfolded a tale of peculiar occurrences within these very walls, phantom footfalls in empty corridors, objects subtly shifting when no soul wandered, and the mysterious appearance of fresh blooms in a vase under each full moon. Lost in the narrative, I sank into my chair, captivated by the writer's words. They spoke of a concealed chamber hidden somewhere within the dwelling, veiled behind walls steeped in untold secrets. Within this clandestine space lay not riches of gold or gems, but treasures far more profound, a trove of memories frozen in time. The steady tick-tock of my grandfather clock marked time as I delved deeper, its pendulum swinging in a mesmerizing cadence. The writer recounted discovering an ancient journal secreted within the walls, chronicling the lives of the home's original occupants. Yet these were no ordinary accounts. They wove tales of shared dreams across generations, of murmured conversations that transcended the boundaries of time. Night descended beyond my windows, and I kindled an antique brass lamp, casting a warm, golden hue upon the pages. The note alluded to cryptic symbols etched discreetly on doorframes throughout the manor, symbols that, unbeknownst to me, formed a map leading to the hidden chamber. My fingertips trailed the edge of the parchment as I absorbed the writer's quest to decipher these enigmatic glyphs, revealing a pattern intertwined with lunar phases and elusive meanings. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside, casting dancing shadows upon my walls. The author's conviction resonated through their words, a belief that the house pulsated with memories, akin to a tender guardian of tales long told. As I neared the note's conclusion, a revelation unfolded, dreams that blurred the lines between past and present, dreams haunted by a woman in a blue gown, her silent smile pregnant with unspoken truths. The final passage bore a mystical riddle. When the midnight chimes ring 13 times and moonlight bathes the seventh step, the path shall reveal itself to those who listen with their hearts rather than ears. Breath caught in my throat as I absorbed these cryptic words, attuned to the subtle symphony of sounds enveloping my abode, the creak of floorboards, the whisper of wind, the ethereal passage of time. The note, unsigned, left me with a tapestry of queries, more questions than answers. As I delicately folded the parchment, a faint sketch caught my eye, a geometric pattern with a haunting familiarity. Gazing up from the desk, I sensed a shift in the room's essence, a warm embrace of stories whispered within its time-worn walls. Returning the note to its resting place, I left the drawer unlocked, sensing this enigma was but the prologue to a grander narrative, unfolding like the gradual dawn. In the deepening twilight, I pondered the possibility of dreams haunted by the woman in blue, her secrets waiting to unfurl in the stillness of night. The grandfather clock's gentle cadence persisted, joined by a distant church bell tolling the hour. Absently I counted the chimes, my thoughts ensnared by the mystery of the note. As the final echo faded, a soft rustle, akin to silk billowing, brushed my senses, the phantom whisper of a blue gown traversing an empty room. Story 17. In the quiet depths of a local thrift store, I found myself drawn to a forgotten sketchbook nestled among dusty art supplies. Its cover, weathered and worn, hinted at a treasure trove of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As I opened its pages, the scent of graphite and aged paper enveloped me in a comforting embrace, transporting me to a world where time seemed to stand still. The blueprints within were intricate, each line a whispered promise of hidden knowledge waiting to be discovered. Night after night, I delved into the mysteries of the sketchbook in the soft glow of my study. The rain tapped gently against my window, a soothing rhythm that echoed the whispers of the unknown architect's designs. Curved corridors folded in on themselves, staircases led to impossible rooms, and windows captured light from unseen angles. Yet amidst the architectural impossibilities, there was a sense of order, a precision that bordered on the divine. The marginal notes beckoned me further into the labyrinth of the sketches, speaking of threshold spaces and liminal architecture. I found myself lost in contemplation, trying to decipher the language of the drawings that transcended mere physicality. With each stroke of my pencil, I felt a connection to something beyond my understanding, as if the artist's hand guided mine in a dance of creation. As days turned into weeks, I noticed subtle shifts in my perception of space within my own home. Shadows whispered secrets, and corners held hidden truths just beyond reach. One quiet night, bathed in the silver light of the moon, I uncovered a hidden sequence of numbers within the blueprints, a code that pulsed with a strange, ethereal beauty. In my dreams, I wandered through the corridors of the mysterious structure, feeling the resonance of liminal spaces harmonize with my very being. The central chamber, adorned with symbols of celestial significance, beckoned me to explore its depths, each iteration a new revelation of its enigmatic nature. Now, as I sit in the stillness of my study, surrounded by whispers of the past and the unknown, I feel a sense of peace wash over me. The shadows dance with the secrets of the night, and the rain's gentle cadence lulls me into a state of tranquil contemplation. The sketchbook, heavy with untold stories, remains a beacon of mystery, a reminder that some truths are meant to remain shrouded in the veils of time. In the quiet spaces between heartbeats, I find solace in the enigma, knowing that the essence of the unknown architect lingers in every line, every note. The map of liminal spaces, a guide to the realms beyond our understanding, whispers of dreams half remembered and truths waiting to be discovered in the gentle embrace of the night. As the rain continues its soft symphony outside my window, and the shadows play their silent songs, I am content in the knowledge that some mysteries are best left unsolved, like a half-forgotten dream that leaves a lingering sense of peace upon waking. Story 18. As I sifted through the forgotten treasures hidden in my attic, my fingers brushed against a weathered album, its pages whispering untold tales of days long past. Nestled within its worn embrace was a faded photograph, its corners curling with age, revealing a glimpse of a bygone era. The scene captured within its frame seemed to shimmer with a subtle energy, as if the figures frozen in time were waiting to share their secrets with me. A delicate fragrance, a dance of old roses and ancient parchment, wafted through the air, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. The late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty window, casting a warm, golden hue over the wooden floorboards, inviting me to settle into an antique rocking chair whose gentle creaks formed a lullaby of forgotten melodies. Tracing the frayed edges of the photograph with reverent fingertips, I felt the texture of time etched into its surface, every crease and imperfection a silent witness to the passage of years. The image depicted a garden party, a scene of elegance and grace from a time long faded into memory. Women draped in flowing gowns and men adorned in formal attire stood frozen in a moment of revelry, their smiles holding untold stories in their depths. Amidst the backdrop of a grand Victorian house, its windows reflecting the setting sun like mirrors of history, one figure stood apart from the rest. A woman in a pearl-white dress, her gaze fixed upon the camera with an enigmatic expression that tugged at the corners of my curiosity. Her presence seemed to beckon me, drawing me into the depths of the photograph's silent narrative. As I studied her phantom features, a chill swept through the attic, the scent of roses growing more pronounced, wrapping me in a tapestry of forgotten whispers. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the stillness of the space, allowing the quietude to weave its magic around me. Upon opening my eyes, a subtle shift had occurred within the confines of the photograph. The once static sunset now pulsed with a radiant warmth, casting a soft glow upon the figures frozen in time. The woman in the pearl-white dress had subtly altered her stance, her hand outstretched towards an unseen horizon, a silent invitation hanging in the air. Transfixed by the unfolding mystery, I found myself ensnared in a surreal dance between past and present. The ambient sounds of the rocking chair merged with a distant melody, a haunting tune reminiscent of gramophones from a forgotten age. The fragrance of roses mingled with the aroma of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, a symphony of scents from a distant memory. With each passing moment, the boundaries of time blurred, the figures in the photograph gaining depth and life before my very eyes. The woman in the pearl-white dress emerged as a spectral presence, a beacon of light amidst the shadows of the past. A pendant around her neck caught the light in a mesmerizing display, casting prisms of color that danced across the room. As the temperature in the attic dipped, I pulled my sweater tighter around me, embracing the chill that crept through the air like a spectral caress. Shadows lengthened, yet the photograph retained its ethereal luminescence, revealing hidden details that had eluded me before: a teacup poised on a table, a butterfly suspended in flight, both frozen in a moment of eternal grace. Lost in the trance of the photograph, I felt a connection stir within me, a whisper of recognition that transcended time itself. The woman's gaze met mine across the expanse of years, her unspoken message echoing in the chambers of my heart. The pendant around her neck gleamed once more, a mirrored reflection of one long forgotten in my grandmother's jewelry box, a thread connecting past and present in a delicate dance. As evening descended upon the attic, the light waned, casting shadows across the room and dimming the glow of the photograph. The figures within its frame stilled, the music faded into a distant echo, leaving only the lingering scent of roses mingled with the mustiness of forgotten dreams. Gently returning the photograph to its rightful place, I descended the attic stairs, the weight of my grandmother's pendant a comforting presence against my chest. In the hush of the evening, the echo of a waltz whispered through the air, a ghostly reminder of moments lost to time's eternal embrace. Some mysteries, I realized, are meant to remain veiled in the soft embrace of twilight, their secrets drifting between the realms of what once was and what could have been. The woman in the pearl-white dress had shared her enigma with me, a gift of remembrance that transcended the confines of time. And so I embraced the gentle mystery, allowing it to fade back into the tapestry of memory, a silent witness to the dance of shadows and light that weaves through the fabric of existence. Story 19. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at an abandoned bus stop nestled on a quiet street. Under the faint glow of a single street lamp, a soft, rhythmic hum began to weave its way out from the shadows enveloping me. The scent of rain-kissed pavement and damp foliage mingled in the air, creating a haunting ambience that whispered of hidden sorrows of the night. The gentle patter of rain on the metal roof provided a calming soundtrack to my solitude. Settling onto the worn wooden bench, smoothed by years of patient waiting, I gazed at the aged schedule board, barely readable beneath layers of neglect, recounting tales of long-forgotten routes. My breath formed delicate clouds in the crisp air as I tuned into the mysterious murmur growing more defined with each passing moment. Initially, I mistook it for the wind rustling through the shelter's aged frame or the distant rumble of passing cars. Yet there was a deliberate quality to its cadence, as if it were a dialogue just beyond reach of comprehension. The sound carried elusive fragments of words, incomplete phrases that danced at the edge of understanding. The street lamp flickered momentarily, casting fleeting shadows that seemed to move with purposeful intent. And in that fleeting moment, I noticed something peculiar about the bench beneath me. Intricate patterns like numbers or dates had been meticulously carved into the wood, visible only when caught in the right light. Running my fingers over these enigmatic markings, the murmur shifted its source. It no longer seemed to emanate from the shadows, but from the very essence of the bench, resonating through the wood and into my core. The sensation wasn't eerie, but rather oddly comforting, akin to a lullaby sung in a forgotten tongue. Each number I touched altered the pitch and rhythm of the sound ever so subtly. The rain continued its gentle serenade, and I found myself swaying imperceptibly to the ethereal harmony of water and whispers. The air grew heavy with a warmth inexplicable amid the autumn chill, carrying hints of summer blooms and sun-kissed wood. It felt as though the bus stop existed in a realm of its own, where seasons and memories intertwined in a mystical convergence. I realized my watch had ceased its ticking, frozen at an impossible angle between numbers. Instead of unsettling me, this detail felt seamlessly woven into the enigmatic tapestry of the experience. Reality and dreams blurred like gossamer against my consciousness as the murmur transformed into a structured yet indecipherable chorus. It evoked the sensation of multiple conversations converging in a crowded room, each voice belonging to the same speaker across different moments in time. Closing my eyes, I let the whispers cascade over me like gentle waves, giving rise to fleeting images in my mind's eye, snippets of past passengers, each leaving an invisible imprint on this modest shelter. An elderly woman with gentle eyes clasping a letter to her chest. A young man in an antiquated uniform glancing nervously at his watch. A child in a yellow raincoat tracing patterns in the fogged glass. Every vision felt as tangible as my own presence, as delicate as morning mist. The street lamp's glow took on a liquid quality, swirling around my feet in mesmerizing patterns. The carved numbers on the bench began to emit a faint glow, casting intricate designs that danced across my skin. Time flowed differently in this space, like honey trickling from a spoon, slow and sweet. When I opened my eyes, I realized the rain had ceased, though I couldn't pinpoint when. The murmur had softened to a barely discernible hum, lingering like the afterglow of a dream. The air retained its enigmatic warmth, and the carved numbers continued their subtle radiance, yet a shift had transpired in the atmosphere. Rising from the bench, I felt transformed, as if I had been initiated into a secret shared by all who had awaited here before me. Though the mysterious murmur divulged no concrete answers, no clear message or purpose, I departed feeling enriched by its presence. As I readied to leave, my reflection in the rain-streaked shelter glass momentarily overlapped with ghostly images of past travelers, our features blending in the dim light. Reaching out to touch the cool surface, the murmur rose once more, a fleeting farewell caress. Walking away from the bus stop, I carried a profound yet indefinable sense of having encountered something beyond words. The murmur may have faded, but its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced and cherished in their exquisite uncertainty. Story 20. In a forgotten gallery of ancient family treasures, amidst the dust and memories of generations past, I stumbled upon a portrait that whispered of a tale untold. The eyes of a stranger gazed back at me from within the faded canvas, their depths hinting at a sorrowful narrative veiled in mystery. Behind the frame, concealed like a secret kept for years, lay a fragile letter penned on weathered parchment, releasing a faint aroma of lavender that mingled with the mustiness of time. The gallery itself stood frozen in a moment of quiet elegance, bathed in the soft glow of sunlight filtering through tall windows, casting dancing motes of dust in a hypnotic ballet against weathered wooden walls. Each creak of the aged floorboards beneath my feet echoed with the whispers of bygone footsteps, weaving a tapestry of stories long gone but not forgotten. With trembling fingers, I retrieved the letter, feeling the weight of history in its delicate folds. The woman in the portrait, her features frozen in a mix of melancholy and resolve, seemed to watch as I unraveled the secrets within the faded script. The elegant curves of the handwriting spoke of a journey across the sea, of dreams that beckoned with the melody of an old music box and the key to a hidden legacy. The words painted a picture of a quest for truth, a legacy passed down through generations, waiting to be uncovered by a willing heart. As I read on, the present world faded into the background, replaced by the scratch of a pen on parchment, weaving a tale of love and loss, of hidden maps and family lore. The letter signed by Margaret held the promise of an adventure yet untaken, a legacy waiting to be embraced. The gallery seemed to come alive with whispered secrets, shadows dancing in the dimming light, as if urging me to follow in Margaret's footsteps, to unravel the mysteries that lay dormant within the walls. The decision lingered in the air like a silent echo, a call to adventure that resonated deep within my soul. Should I seek out the hidden map, follow the clues left by a long-lost relative across distant shores? The answer, like the setting sun casting long shadows across the gallery, would reveal itself in its own time. With a sense of reverence, I returned the letter to its hiding place, taking solace in the knowledge that some secrets are best left undisturbed until the stars align. As I prepared to depart, a soft melody, like a half-remembered dream, whispered through the air, drawing me back for a moment longer. The portrait of Margaret watched me with a silent invitation, a story waiting to be told, a journey waiting to be embarked upon. With a heart full of wonder and anticipation, I left the gallery, knowing that the mysteries hidden within its walls would call me back, beckoning me to uncover the truths that lay dormant in the whispers of the past. And as I stepped into the night, the promise of dreams and revelations lingered in the air, guiding me towards a future entwined with the legacy of those who came before. Story 21. In the depths of a venerable library, I stumbled upon a hidden nook concealed behind ancient manuscripts, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow seeping through a cracked window. Dusty tomes and relics whispered of forgotten lore, enveloping me in a realm of mystery and intrigue. The scent of leather-bound volumes and aged paper hung in the air, weaving a tapestry of knowledge that felt reserved for the most inquisitive souls. As the night watchman of the library, I had grown accustomed to the nocturnal symphony of the building, the gentle creaking of shelves, the whisper of wind, and the distant ticking of the grand clock. Yet this nook, nestled away from time's grasp, resonated with a different energy, a sense of being untouched by the modern world beyond the library's walls. Drawn to this sanctuary during my nightly patrols, I observed the moonlight painting intricate patterns through a lead-light window, casting mysterious shadows on the aged wooden floor. Symbols like forgotten alphabets danced before me, their meaning elusive yet captivating. In the stillness of the night, faint whispers of pages turning teased my senses, though solitude reigned supreme in this secluded corner. One evening, while studying the arrangement of the books lining the walls, I noticed a peculiar pattern in their placement. The worn spines seemed to align purposefully, as if concealing a hidden message meant only for the discerning eye. I devoted hours to observing how the moonlight interacted with the volumes, revealing cryptic texts in unknown languages that shifted with the passage of time. The air in the nook grew heavy with untold stories, each book exuding a sense of ancient wisdom waiting to be unraveled. Amid my exploration, I uncovered a warm book with blank pages that, under the midnight beam of my flashlight, revealed transient writing that defied comprehension, slipping through my grasp like fleeting dreams. As I delved deeper into the mystery, subtle changes unfolded around me, the shifting of books, the altered views from the window, the eerie sensation of unseen company. My knowledge expanded, ancient languages resonating within me, dreams unfolding, vast halls of knowledge beyond the library's physical confines. One winter night, under the full moon's luminous gaze, a book fell open at my feet, divulging the existence of a secret society of librarians who transcended mere words to embed knowledge in the fabric of space itself. Realization dawned. I was a part of a tradition spanning centuries, chosen by the Nook to join a lineage of seekers and guardians. In the flickering light of my flashlight, I pen this account, humbled by the enigmatic nature of the Nook. Its secrets unfurl at their own pace, like invisible ink on blank pages, reminding me of the boundless mysteries harbored within its walls. A sense of solace embraces me, knowing that within this ancient library lies a sanctuary where reality blends, knowledge flows, and the act of reading transcends the constraints of time and space. Night after night, I watch over the library and its hidden wonders, the Nook patiently awaiting the next curious soul to cross its threshold. And in the hush of moonlit silence, I sense the whispers of unseen readers, united in a timeless communion of words and mysteries, bound by the enchantment that lingers within the sacred space of the Nook. Story 22. In a hidden alcove of a forgotten library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with pages the color of aged parchment, adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each minuscule annotation, scripted in a mysterious hand, hinted at a concealed tale lurking beneath the surface. The faint scent of old ink and paper hung in the air, shrouded in suspense, beckoning me to unravel the veiled lore woven between the lines. With a soft crackle, the leather binding yielded as I turned each brittle page, my touch skimming over centuries of accumulated dust. The main text, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, appeared unremarkable, yet the footnotes whispered a different narrative. Initially, they appeared innocuous, citing academic sources and providing brief explanations. However, as I delved further into the manuscript, the annotations metamorphosed. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink bleeding deeper into the weathered paper. References to obscure texts gave way to personal musings, then to what seemed like intimate diary entries. The unknown annotator chronicled eerie echoes in silent corridors, shadows dancing against the light and whispers resonating in empty spaces. I found myself ensconced for hours in that secluded nook of the library, enveloped by towering shelves that seemed to lean closer, as if attuned to my every breath. A warm golden glow from the desk lamp bathed the pages in a soft light, while the spaces between the shelves lingered in shadowy depths. As dusk approached, the shadows extended like creeping tendrils, casting a veil of darkness over the floor, reminiscent of flowing black water. One footnote seized my attention, alluding to a series of enigmatic numbers resembling dates yet adhering to no recognizable calendar. Beneath them, in slightly trembling script, lay the enigmatic words. The patterns emerge solely in darkness, revealing what lies betwixt moments in the voids where time folds upon itself. As I pondered these enigmatic annotations, peculiar occurrences began to unfold in my own life. Books I sought materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library seemed to rearrange its layout when unobserved, creating new paths among the shelves that invariably led me back to the manuscript. The rustle of turning pages whispered through the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes took on a more personal tone, as if the annotator foresaw addressing a future reader, perhaps me. They narrated a burgeoning awareness, a gradual realization that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations evolved into a conduit, spanning not only pages but epochs, maybe even centuries. Time seemed to lose its grasp as I delved deeper into the enigmatic marginalia. The gentle ticking of the library clock seemed to decelerate, then halt altogether. The quality of light remained unwavering despite the hours immersed in reading, as if the sun had paused in its celestial journey. I became immersed in a tranquil twilight that never fully surrendered to absolute darkness. The footnotes guided me through a labyrinth of references, each thread interweaving with the next in a complex tapestry of significance. They narrated tales of ancient civilizations that had unraveled the secrets of folding time like parchment, of scholars who had mastered reading the interstices between words, of libraries existing concurrently in multiple epochs. As I neared the manuscript's conclusion, the annotations adopted a contemplative, almost serene quality. The frenzied energy of previous notes transitioned into a tranquil acceptance. Final footnote simply stated, to comprehend time, one must first step beyond its confines. You, the reader of these words, have already embarked upon this journey. When I lifted my gaze from the manuscript, I discerned a shift in the profound silence surrounding me. It seemed denser, more resonant, as though the very atmosphere teemed with untold narratives. The shadows amid the shelves no longer felt vacant. Instead, they pulsed with gentle motion, akin to curtains swaying in an unseen breeze. I now frequent the library daily, though the exact moments of my arrival and departure elude me. The manuscript rests where I initially discovered it, its contents metamorphosing with each perusal. Occasionally, phantom figures flit at the periphery of my vision, scholars from diverse eras, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We never communicate, yet I sense their presence like faint echoes in my consciousness. The true essence of the manuscript remains elusive, yet I've come to grasp that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. Amidst those tranquil interludes among the shelves, enveloped by the hushed whispers of ancient pages, I've unearthed a different form of wisdom, one that resides in the interstices between the known and the yet-to-be discovered. I persist in reading, and the footnotes persist in shepherding me through their maze of significance. Perhaps one day you too will encounter this manuscript. When you do, remember that the profoundest mysteries are those that transfigure us not through revelations, but through the gentle allure of pondering. Story 23. On a sunlit afternoon, as I tended to the lush greenery of my garden, a serendipitous discovery awaited me in the quiet confines of the shed. A loose floorboard beckoned for attention, revealing a hidden room veiled in mystery and adorned with relics of a forgotten time. The air within was heavy with the earthy aroma of damp soil and the aged essence of timber, creating an atmosphere of intrigue and tranquility. Amidst the scattered treasures, each whispering tales of a distant era, I found myself drawn to unravel the enigma shrouding this clandestine chamber. The golden rays of sunlight filtered through the dusty window, casting soft shadows upon the weathered tools and terracotta pots that adorned the space. Engrossed in organizing my gardening essentials, my foot stumbled upon the peculiar board, emitting a hollow resonance that spoke of hidden possibilities. Kneeling down to explore further, the aged wood yielded beneath my touch, unveiling a narrow staircase descending into the depths of darkness. As I descended, the musty scent grew more potent, enveloping me in its embrace as my hand grazed the rough stone wall for guidance. With each step, the temperature plummeted, and the faint patter of distant water droplets serenaded my descent into the unknown. Illuminating the shadows with a flickering flashlight, I beheld shelves adorned with curious artifacts, each whispering of bygone tales from far-flung lands and eras long past. Delicate porcelain dolls with eyes that seemed to hold secrets, faded journals inked with elegant script recounting snippets of a forgotten existence, and brass instruments bearing silent melodies within their tarnished forms. Yet amidst this treasure trove, a peculiar music box captured my gaze, its intricate marquetry depicting a garden scene uncannily similar to my own. Upon lifting its lid, a gentle breath of air wafted forth, carrying the essence of spring blossoms, a scent both impossible and undeniably real. Intrigued, I delved deeper, uncovering details that upended my understanding of the world around me. The room's dimensions hinted at an extension far beyond the shed's boundaries, reaching beneath the very soil of my garden. Cryptic markings resembling celestial maps adorned the walls, depicting constellations foreign to any earthly sky. Hours slipped away unnoticed as I immersed myself in the silent narrative of this subterranean sanctuary, where time flowed like a languid stream. Amidst a collection of aged photographs capturing moments of revelation in my garden across different ages, a sense of connection and continuity pervaded the air. The journals spoke of natural cycles and hidden patterns, weaving a tapestry of mysteries that intertwined with the flora above and the secrets below. Each page turned revealed more questions, drawing me deeper into a labyrinth of wonder. As daylight waned, shifting patterns of sunlight danced across the room, illuminating different artifacts in a choreography of shadows. Near the rear wall, a solitary desk harbored a key of intricate design, its purpose shrouded in ambiguity, a symbol of the unsolved riddles that lay dormant within this clandestine domain. Time itself seemed to bend and sway within the confines of this hidden realm, distorting reality with its ethereal touch. Emerging from the depths, I found the garden bathed in the same golden light, the passage of time a mere whisper in the recesses of memory. The floorboard settled back into place with a soft sigh, sealing away the secrets shared between myself and the hidden chamber. Contemplating the revelations of the day, I realized that this enigmatic space had bestowed upon me a newfound perspective on the world, a gentle unveiling of the layers of mystery that enveloped my existence. To this day, as I tend to my garden with a renewed sense of purpose, I carry with me the echoes of that hidden sanctuary, a sanctuary where time flows like honey and questions linger without demanding answers. The garden blooms with an otherworldly vitality, occasionally adorned with trinkets from below, reminders of a hidden world intertwined with our own. The mysteries of the hidden chamber remain my personal reverie, a testament to the boundless wonders that lie beneath the surface of the ordinary, awaiting the curious souls who dare to venture further. Story 24. Amid a tranquil afternoon amble through an abandoned courtyard, a captivating, spicy fragrance caught my senses off guard, a scent that felt out of sync with the aged surroundings. This aroma, a captivating fusion of exotic spices and weathered stone, drifted through the air like a message waiting to be deciphered. Each step I took drew me closer to the origin, an irresistible pull urging me to unravel the enigma behind this unexpected perfume. The courtyard, a forsaken sanctuary embraced by aging walls veiled in ancient ivy, exuded a sense of forgotten serenity. Soft autumn breezes gently rustled fallen leaves over weathered flagstones, composing hushed melodies that seemed to harmonize with the mysterious scent. The fading afternoon light filtered through a canopy of branches above, casting intricate shadows that gracefully danced across the ground. Venturing further into the space, I noticed subtle shifts in the air's quality. The aroma, rich with spices, intensified near a particular corner where an ancient wooden door stood, its surface etched with faded, elaborate patterns. The fragrance stirred elusive memories, fragments of winters past or fleeting dreams upon waking, hovering just beyond reach. A peculiar stone bench beckoned me, positioned against the wall with a surface smoothed by years of rain and wind, yet oddly warm to the touch. As I settled onto the bench, the fragrance seemed to pulse gently, akin to a distant heartbeat. Despite its peculiarity, this sensation wrapped me in an oddly comforting embrace. From my seated vantage point, I noticed intricate details that eluded me before. Small carved symbols adorned the bases of the surrounding columns, their ancient meanings lost to time. These symbols appeared to subtly shift when viewed from different angles, a trick of the light, I reasoned. The ivy cascading over the walls occasionally quivered, even in the absence of a breeze. Time flowed differently within that courtyard. Shadows elongated at an unusual pace, and minutes blurred into hours, or was it the other way around? The spicy fragrance would ebb and flow, leading me on an invisible journey through a symphony of scents, hints of cinnamon, whispers of cardamom, traces of something older and more profound. One evening, an elderly gardener appeared, tending to plants in a distant corner. When I inquired about the mysterious scent, she simply smiled knowingly, offering cryptic words. Some places retain memories we have long forgotten. Before I could press her for more information, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to ponder her cryptic statement. The mystery deepened as peculiar objects began appearing on the bench during my visits. A tarnished brass key with no matching lock, a dried flower of unknown origin, a scrap of paper inscribed in an unfamiliar script. Each item vanished before my next visit, replaced by something equally perplexing. Weeks turned into months, and I found myself drawn back to the courtyard day after day. The fragrance became a constant companion, evolving subtly with each visit while retaining its core essence. Faint movements flickered in my peripheral vision, fleeting glimpses of a presence that vanished upon direct inspection. On a particularly quiet evening, as the setting sun bathed the walls in a warm amber glow, a wisp of fragrant smoke spiraled from between two flagstones near the bench. The smoke twisted into intricate patterns, almost resembling letters before dissolving into the encroaching darkness. The spicy scent intensified, enveloping me in its immediacy. As I reached out to touch the smoke, expecting it to dissipate, a gentle warmth tingled through my fingers. For a fleeting moment, I felt connected to something ancient and vast. Visions flashed through my mind, generations past who had sat on this bench, each encountering their own version of the mystery I now faced. Their stories intertwined with mine, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences that transcended time. With winter's approach, the fragrance shifted once more, becoming elusive and subtle. The courtyard took on a new demeanor in the cold months, yet the enigmatic allure persisted. The scent now materialized only at specific times: dawn, dusk, and those elusive moments when time itself seemed to pause. To this day, I return to the courtyard, the spicy fragrance, a familiar companion whose origin remains a riddle. Sometimes I feel on the brink of unraveling its secret, only to have it morph and reveal new layers of mystery. Perhaps some enigmas are meant to be experienced, cherished, and carried like treasured secrets. The gardener's words linger in my thoughts. Some places retain memories we have long forgotten. In the quietude of those moments spent on the ancient bench, breathing in the mysterious aroma, I contemplate if it is not the place recollecting, but the memories themselves yearning for someone to share their tale. Story 25. Driving down a rugged coastline, I felt a magnetic pull towards an abandoned lighthouse standing tall against the relentless crash of waves. Its once vibrant red paint now faded, its stone structure weather-worn and crumbling, exuding a quiet sorrow as if it held the heavy weight of lost sailors and forgotten dreams within its walls. Amidst the howling wind and the tang of salt in the air, a soft, mournful whisper seemed to emerge from the depths of the lighthouse, a melancholic melody carried by the cloak of night. I couldn't resist the urge to pull over, my car's headlights casting long, stretching shadows across the worn path leading to the lighthouse. Each step I took on the gravel path resonated with a soft crunch, the evening air thick with a peculiar heaviness, laden with memories and moisture. As the dusk enveloped the surroundings, delicate spirals of mist twirled around the base of the tower like ethereal fingers reaching towards the heavens. To my surprise, the door stood unlocked, beckoning me inside with an eerie yet expected familiarity. With a gentle groan, the hinges opened, emitting a low, sorrowful note that harmonized with the whisper that lingered in the air. Stepping into the lighthouse, I was enveloped in a thick atmosphere saturated with the scents of aged wood, sea salt, and a hint of something sweeter, perhaps the lingering essence of lamp oil from days long past. As I ascended the spiral staircase, my hand trailing along the cool metal railing, each footfall echoed with a hollow resonance throughout the tower. The worn wooden steps, polished smooth by the passage of countless souls before mine, creaked softly in acknowledgement of my presence. Through salt-crusted windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky painted in deep hues of purple and blue, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. The keeper's quarters, nestled just below the lantern room, seemed frozen in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature constellations in the stillness. An open logbook on a simple wooden desk caught my eye, its yellowed pages filled with entries dated decades ago. Yet it was the subtle sway of a rocking chair by the window, moving ever so slightly in the stagnant air, that captured my attention. And then I noticed them, the photographs. Dozens lined the walls, each depicting the lighthouse at various times of day and seasons, always with the same figure standing at the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her hair caught in a perpetual breeze. In every frame, she appeared to be waiting, watching, yearning. The whisper intensified as I climbed towards the lantern room. Not quite a voice, but a haunting echo of one, carrying threads of longing and patience. The colossal Fresnel lens dominated the circular space, capturing the dwindling twilight and refracting it into a myriad of rainbow fragments that danced across the room. I marveled at how something abandoned could remain so immaculate. Standing transfixed by the rhythmic sweep of distant waves below, I was enveloped by the first notes of a haunting melody. Pure and crystalline, the notes rose from within the lighthouse, evoking a beauty that brought tears to my eyes, yet carried a profound sorrow that weighed heavily on my heart. It sang of endless nights of waiting, of ships never to return, of a love that endured beyond death. A sudden drop in temperature signaled a presence beside me, though I could only feel it rather than see it. The air filled with the fragrance of lavender and sea spray, and in the reflection of the lens, a fleeting image of a woman in a pale gown, her eyes fixed on the horizon, appeared. But as I turned, she vanished, leaving behind only the lingering strains of her song interwoven with the wind's whisper. I didn't flee. The profound melancholy of the lighthouse demanded a reverent stillness. Descending slowly, each step deliberate and pensive, I noticed a change in the photographs. The woman's visage became clearer, her expression a blend of hope and resignation. I realized then that she wasn't trapped. She had chosen to remain, keeping her eternal vigil. Back in my car, I sat in contemplation, watching as the first stars emerged above the lighthouse. The whisper, now a comforting presence, lingered around me, no longer mysterious or unsettling, but a gentle reminder. Some loves transcend time, some duties endure beyond death. Even now, on quiet nights when the wind carries a certain cadence, I catch echoes of that haunting melody. It reminds me of her standing steadfast in her lantern room, safeguarding lost souls and illuminating the darkness. Haunted places need not instill fear. Some exist to impart a poignant lesson. Love, duty, and memory are forces that transcend the bounds of mortality, resonating through the ages like a whispered lullaby, a reminder of the enduring power of the human spirit. Story 26. On a tranquil evening disrupted by a sudden downpour, I sought refuge beneath an awning to evade the rain's relentless assault. Amidst the rhythmic drumming of droplets on the pavement, a faint, urgent whisper floated through the storm, carried on the cool, damp air infused with the fragrance of fresh rain and distant thunder. This whispered entreaty held a promise of hidden secrets, tantalizingly close to being unveiled by the storm's insistence. Mesmerized by the hypnotic beat of raindrops on the sheltering canvas above, I was startled as the whisper returned, clearer this time, as if a voice spoke just at my shoulder. Turning, I found only empty space veiled in the encroaching twilight. Street lamps flickered to life, casting gentle halos in the misty evening air. The beckoning voice seemed to lure me towards a narrow alley nestled between weathered brick buildings. Ordinarily, I would have dismissed such a strange impulse, but this night felt different. The whisper bore no malice, rather a gentle persistence reminiscent of my grandmother's soothing bedtime tales. With cautious steps, I ventured into the alley, the rain easing into a soft mist. The warmth of the brick walls, despite the cool evening, hinted at a history steeped in sunlit memories slowly seeping into the present. My footsteps echoed softly in the puddles, creating mesmerizing ripples reflecting the light from above. The alley widened into a secluded courtyard, shielded from the world by aging structures. At its heart stood an ancient fountain, weathered by time and elements. Water cascaded from its worn spout, harmonizing with the rain in a tranquil melody. The whisper now seemed to emanate from the fountain itself, growing more insistent as I drew near. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the fountain's base, their petals radiating an otherworldly glow pulsing in synchrony with the falling water. These blooms, both ancient and freshly blossomed, appeared to transcend time, existing in multiple moments simultaneously. Kneeling beside the fountain, a sense of déjà vu tugged at me. Faint, indecipherable markings adorned the stone, shifting beneath my touch like elusive water-written words. The whisper evolved into coherent phrases, alluding to memories, vows, and cyclical time akin to the fountain's spiraling waters. It recounted tales of past visitors drawn to this haven by the same gentle summons on rainy nights across the ages. The fountain's pool revealed reflections defying reality, glimpses of bygone eras and fleeting lives intersecting with the present moment. Each reflection rippled and vanished like ephemeral dreams upon waking, leaving behind faint traces of their ethereal essence. The blue flowers continued their pulsing dance, casting soft shadows that waltzed along the courtyard walls. Time flowed languidly in this haven, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. A serene calm enveloped me, dispelling any urgency or fear, as the whispers caressed me like a childhood lullaby half remembered. Seated by the fountain, the rain persisted in its gentle descent, veiling the hidden sanctuary behind a curtain of water from the mundane world beyond. The whispered revelations, though elusive to memory, resonated deep within, destined to linger in the recesses of my dreams. Upon rising to depart, I noticed a solitary blue flower had detached and nestled in my palm. Its luminance subdued to blend with nature, yet retained its exquisite allure. The whispers waned as I retraced my steps through the alley, yet their lingering presence enveloped me like a tender embrace. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, leaving the air pregnant with moisture. The familiar glow of street lamps illuminated the glistening pavement, signaling the return to ordinary life's cadence. Yet I knew I had been touched by the enigmatic enchantment of that concealed courtyard. On rainy nights since, a faint echo of those whispers lingers in the breeze. The blue flower now rests on my windowsill, seemingly ordinary to casual observers. But in the stillness of night, when the world hushes, it pulses with a soft radiance, a reminder of promises exchanged in the rain, of mysteries veiled just beyond our grasp, patiently awaiting those attuned to the storm's whispered secrets. Story 27. On a solitary stroll near the edge of a dense forest, a low, almost imperceptible howl pierced the stillness, sending shivers down my spine. The air was filled with the sharp fragrance of pine and damp earth, creating an atmosphere of mystery and intrigue. Peering into the dark recesses of the woods, I felt a strange pull beckoning me to explore the secrets hidden just beyond the reach of light. As the afternoon sun filtered through the leafy canopy above, casting a mesmerizing pattern of shadows on the forest floor, each step I took was accompanied by the satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. The air grew heavy with the scent of moss and decay, yet it held a strange kind of freshness that invigorated my senses. Driven by an unexplainable curiosity, I ventured deeper into the woods, leaving behind the familiar sounds of the outside world. The rustling of leaves in the gentle breeze created a soothing symphony that enveloped me in a cocoon of tranquility. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye, but whenever I turned to look, there was nothing but swaying branches and elusive shadows. The faint howl echoed once more, its ethereal quality almost musical in nature. The forest seemed to hush, as if in anticipation, with even the birds and insects falling silent. In the quietude, a subtle energy hummed in the air, setting my senses on edge. Arriving at a clearing where the trees formed a perfect circle around a serene pond, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon with my reflection. It lagged behind my movements, creating an eerie delay that sent a chill down my spine. The air grew colder, and wisps of mist began to rise from the ground, wrapping around me like a gentle caress. The mist, with its soft, glowing luminescence, seemed to pulse in harmony with the forest's heartbeat. Shapes moved within the mist, elusive and otherworldly, resembling deer, but with a fluidity that defied natural laws. The howl, now closer, wove a haunting melody that seemed to emanate from the very essence of the forest itself. Caught in a trance-like state, I swayed gently as the boundary between reality and the unknown blurred before my eyes. The trees leaned in as if sharing in the secret, their twisted branches resembling ancient faces watching with solemn interest. Time lost its meaning, the mist thickening around me, enveloping the clearing in a swirling embrace. The howl, now more of a melodic chant, spoke of ancient truths buried deep within the earth, of enigmas predating human existence. A presence lingered behind me, exuding a sense of profound serenity that anchored me in place. The forest whispered in forgotten tongues, revealing glimpses of a world beyond comprehension. With closed eyes, I surrendered to the enchanting song of the forest, feeling the pulse of nature coursing through me. When I dared to open my eyes once more, the mist had dissipated, leaving the clearing in its ordinary state. But as I retraced my steps through the woods, I carried with me the knowledge that I had encountered something extraordinary, a glimpse into a realm where wonder and mystery intermingled. Even now on quiet nights, I hear the distant echo of that silent howl, a reminder of the hidden places where magic and awe still thrive, patiently waiting for those willing to heed their call. Story 28. In the hush of a uniquely cold night, I found myself wandering through the desolate train yard that skirted the edge of town. The rusted tracks and silent, decaying engines stood as silent witnesses to a bygone era where a solitary light blinked sporadically atop an ancient signal tower. The tang of metal mingled with the musty scent of damp concrete, and that flickering glow pulsed like a heartbeat in the enveloping darkness, hinting at untold tales of voyages interrupted long ago. Beneath my feet, the gravel whispered softly with each step I took, the wind murmuring through the hollow train cars in a haunting symphony. The air held a peculiar stillness, a silence that settled deeply in a place forgotten by the relentless march of time. Moths danced gracefully around the dimly lit lampposts, their delicate wings casting fleeting shadows that twirled across the worn metal surfaces. My gaze was inevitably drawn to the lone, blinking light atop the tower, its rhythm neither orderly nor chaotic, but imbued with a sense of purpose that eluded my understanding. It stirred a memory just beyond reach, a fragment of a dream slipping through my grasp. As I drew nearer, the unlit windows of the tower seemed to emphasize the significance of that solitary beacon, beckoning me closer. The door creaked open slightly as a gust of wind caught it, emitting a mournful note that resonated through the night air. Stepping inside, I felt a shift in the atmosphere, an electric charge that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. The wooden stairs groaned under my weight, releasing the scent of aged timber and decades-old dust with each ascent. Upon reaching the top floor, I entered a forgotten control room filled with obsolete equipment. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their once shiny brass and copper now dulled by neglect. Yet, it was the enigmatic source of light that captivated me, an ancient signal lamp that defied logic by continuing its mesmerizing pulse. As I observed, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. The light's cadence seemed to synchronize with the gentle rhythm of my breath, as though acknowledging my presence in that forgotten realm. Whispers of bygone conversations floated through the air, the echo of train whistles, and the spectral hustle of travelers who had long since departed. Seating myself in an antiquated operator's chair, I became entranced by the interplay of light and shadow across the control panel. The blinking pattern began to weave a tale, one of solitary vigils, of signals dispatched into the void, of connections forged and faded. My fingertips traced the worn edges of the control panel, sensing the lingering warmth of hands that had toiled there in eras past. Time lost its grip as I sat immersed in the gentle pulse of light and the nocturnal symphony surrounding me. The distant owl's call merged with the whispering wind, crafting a lulling melody of solitude. I observed as the light's rhythm evolved, growing intricate, akin to a cryptic code. And in that moment, a realization crept over me. I wasn't merely an observer. The light was observing me, its ancient gaze filled with patient curiosity. The glow of the signal lamp extended like beckoning tendrils, painting cryptic stories on the walls through Morse code shadows. As the night deepened, I uncovered weathered logbooks inscribed with fading ink, chronicling the passage of trains through the yard, each entry more captivating than the last. The final record, dated many decades prior, bore a simple message: the light knows the way home. followed by a sequence of dots and dashes, a message that resonated deep within my soul. When I departed the tower hours later, the steady pulse of light lingered behind me, a beacon calling me back to unravel the enigma it held. In moments of quiet reflection, I find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if it still flickers its ancient message into the night within that forsaken yard. The tale of the flickering light remains an unfinished narrative in my mind, akin to a half-remembered reverie. Some mysteries are meant to be felt, their allure lying not in resolution, but in the lingering questions they stir, gentle as moth wings against a moonlit window. Story 29. In the deep hush of night, I found myself drawn to an abandoned arcade perched on the outskirts of the city. The neon signs there flickered erratically, casting fleeting glows over the silent rows of dusty arcade machines. Amidst the stillness, a faint hum pulsed from the shadows, weaving a mysterious melody through the air. The scent of old popcorn and forgotten thrills lingered, as if the arcade held onto echoes of bygone laughter and wistful memories. Tracing my fingertips along the worn edges of the game cabinets, I felt the intricate textures beneath layers of time-worn dust. Each step I took left soft imprints in the carpet of gray powder covering the floor. My breath seemed to harmonize with the low electrical hum that filled the space, creating a strangely soothing cadence. In the dim glow, faded artwork on the machines depicted fantastical realms and characters, now faded to spectral outlines. Some screens flickered weakly, displaying fragmented images that swirled like elusive dreams. One game in particular captured my gaze, an ancient racing simulator with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that twitched ever so slightly on its own. As I ventured deeper into the arcade, the temperature dropped noticeably, and the hum grew more pronounced, resonating with a melodic quality akin to a distant choir singing in unison. I found myself swaying gently to the rhythmic pulse, my footsteps falling in sync with the enigmatic tune. The air felt pregnant with possibility, as if the boundary between reality and imagination had blurred in this forgotten realm. A narrow hallway beckoned me towards what appeared to be a maintenance area. Vintage posters adorned the walls, whispering tales of long-lost games and forgotten triumphs. Each creak of the floorboards beneath my feet added its voice to the arcade's haunting symphony. The hum seemed to shift and undulate in response to my presence, guiding me onwards. At the end of the corridor stood an ancient wooden door, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuitry patterns. The brass handle, surprisingly warm to the touch, yielded to my grasp, unleashing a crescendo of humming that enveloped my senses. Beyond the door, a soft blue light bathed the small chamber. Arcade motherboards lined the walls, their LEDs blinking in cryptic patterns. At the room's center stood a weathered computer terminal, its screen ablaze with scrolling text that eluded my comprehension. The characters intertwined game code with an older, more profound script, pulsating with the same rhythm as the humming that filled the air, coaxing the dust motes into celestial dances. Drawn to the hypnotic display, I settled into the time-worn operator's chair. The text on the screen began to form intricate patterns that tantalizingly hinted at coherence, akin to recalling a fading dream. My fingers hovered over the yellowed keys, and as if guided by an unseen force, I began to type. The humming synchronized with the cadence of my keystrokes, forging a mesmerizing duet between human and machine. Time seemed to bend within that secluded chamber. The blue light seeped into my very being, while the humming reverberated through my bones. I transcribed what felt like ancient sagas, virtual realms that never came to be, and forgotten dreams. In response, the machine spun its own tales, narrated through fragments of code and bursts of static that spoke volumes in their cryptic harmony. When I arose from the chair, my limbs felt stiff, the passage of time a nebulous concept in that ethereal space. The humming had melded seamlessly with my essence, noticeable only through its subtle shifts and modulations. The arcade no longer felt forsaken, but expectant. The game cabinet stood sentinel, their screens now hinting at nascent worlds awaiting creation. Tracing my path back through the arcade, I brushed my fingers against the machines, each responding with a gentle surge of energy, adding their voices to the eternal hum. The racing game's steering wheel rested motionless, yet its screen portrayed an endless road bathed in the glow of a digital dawn. Before departing, I cast one final glance back. The neon signs had ceased their erratic dance, now radiating a steady, inviting warmth. The arcade's hum had evolved into a tranquil purr, akin to a slumbering electronic giant dreaming contentedly. In that moment, I knew I would return, lured by the melodic silence and the promise of untold stories lingering within the interstices of games. Stepping outside, the humming did not dissipate entirely, but rather transformed into a gentle vibration within my chest, a lingering echo of the night's enigmatic symphony. Sometimes, in the stillness before dawn, I feel its beckoning call, a harmonious blend of memory and enigma, forever resonating within the deserted arcade. Story 30. Late one serene night, I ventured into a weathered observatory on the outskirts of town. Amongst still telescopes and aged star charts covered in dust, a peculiar sight captured my attention, a mural of eyes intricately carved into a crumbling wall. The vast expanse of the starry sky outside seamlessly blended with an eerie glow emanating from within the observatory. A cool breeze, tinged with hints of ozone and the scent of aged parchment, whispered a cryptic message. It hinted that the building itself was not just a structure, but a sentinel safeguarding cosmic secrets from a forgotten era. Upon crossing the threshold of the weathered doorway, time seemed to slow its relentless march. My flashlight illuminated worn wooden floors, their ancient grains flowing like frozen rivers under the soft glow. The air held a heavy stillness, as if laden with the weight of endless nights spent gazing at the celestial wonders above. Moving further into the circular chamber, my focus shifted to the abandoned instruments scattered around. A grand telescope, its brass dulled by years of neglect, pointed steadfastly towards the sky through the open dome. Papers strewn around its base bore faded inked calculations and mathematical symbols, resembling ancient messages waiting to be deciphered. The carved eyes that had caught my eye earlier seemed to track my every movement. Rather than menacing, they exuded a sense of patient observation, as if they had witnessed the unfolding of countless cosmic events throughout time. Some eyes were deeply etched into the stone, while others almost shimmered, capturing and reflecting the starlight that filtered through the dome. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, creating lazy spirals that danced in the moonlight. The fragrance of old books and metal mingled with an otherworldly scent, reminiscent of meteor showers and the mystical aurora borealis. I felt drawn to a secluded corner where an antique desk stood, adorned with star charts from bygone eras. Upon closer inspection, a peculiar revelation unfolded. The constellations depicted on the oldest charts did not align perfectly with their modern counterparts. Initially attributing this to the passage of time, a pattern emerged as I scrutinized more charts. It seemed as though the stars had shifted gradually, not in a manner typical of astronomical movements, but as if the very fabric of the sky had undergone a subtle transformation. As the desk drawers yielded with soft sighs, leather-bound journals filled with elegant script were revealed. The entry spoke of watching eyes in the void and stellar patterns that breathe, accompanied by precise measurements and calculations that hinted at more than mere poetic musings. A comforting warmth seemed to radiate from the walls despite the chill of the night air. Running my fingers along the stone's surface, I felt faint vibrations akin to a slumbering giant's heartbeat. The carved eyes appeared to pulse in tandem with this mysterious rhythm, casting shifting shadows that played tricks on my senses. In that mystical space, time took on a new cadence. Minutes stretched into seemingly endless hours as I delved deeper, yet when I consulted my watch, only a fraction of time had elapsed. The dome above groaned and shifted on its own accord, as though tracking an unseen point in the night sky without any visible mechanical aid. In an entry dated decades past, an astronomer chronicled the discovery of a celestial anomaly, an object defying classification, seemingly observing Earth as intently as Earth observed it. The writer's hand, usually steady, had faltered towards the end of the entry, not out of fear, but due to what was described as the profound resonance of mutual recognition. As the night progressed, a revelation began to dawn upon me. The observatory was not abandoned, it had metamorphosed. The carved eyes were not mere decoration, but markers of a profound metamorphosis. The structure had transcended its physical form, becoming a living conduit between terrestrial observers and cosmic entities. Seated at the ancient desk, I watched as the stars danced above through the dome's aperture. The carved eyes in the walls throbbed in synchrony with the celestial rhythms, and I felt a harmonious connection with their timeless vigil. The boundary between observer and observed blurred as I became enveloped in a realm where watchers and the watched coalesced. With the approaching dawn, a sense of obligation to depart tugged at me, yet I departed from that night among the watching eyes forever transformed. The observatory had imparted its enigmatic wisdom. We are not solitary observers of the universe, for the universe has always been observing us in kind, through eyes both celestial and etched in stone. Casting a final glance back as I left in the pre-dawn light, the observatory stood tranquil against the brightening sky, its dome fixed towards an unseen cosmic destination among the fading stars. Though I revisit sporadically, I do not linger as I did on that initial night. The carved eyes endure, eternal sentinels in their watch, serving as a reminder that in the grand spectacle of observation, we all play dual roles as both audience and actors. The most profound insight gleaned was that genuine comprehension transcends verbal explanations. It resides in the silence between starlight and shadows, in the gentle thrum of ancient stone, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have beheld the cosmos since time immemorial. The mystery of the observatory was not meant to be deciphered, it was meant to be felt, a living testament that some enigmas are best left shrouded in the velvety embrace of uncertainty. Story 31. In a forgotten workshop, nestled among relics of a bygone era, lay a broken clock. Its exposed gears glistened in the dim light, frozen in a perpetual state of timelessness. As I observed the erratic dance of its wayward hands, the air around me hung heavy with the scent of oil and rust, weaving a tapestry of forgotten tales and stolen moments suspended in the spaces between ticks. The workshop beckoned to me on a tranquil autumn evening, its weathered door ajar, whispering secrets of yesteryears. Moonbeams filtered through dusty windows, painting ethereal patterns of light and shadow on workbenches polished smooth by the touch of skilled hands. Each creaking step on the aged pine floorboards released a fragrance of antiquity and craftsmanship, a symphony of whispers from days long past. Among the myriad timepieces adorning the shelves, it was the mantel clock that ensnared my attention, a masterpiece in disarray. Its intricate brass face, adorned with a web-like crack on the crystal, held a mysterious allure. Seated in the craftsman's worn chair, a peculiar discovery awaited me. Despite its disconnected state, the second hand would sporadically twitch, defying the laws of time before settling back into stillness. In the hushed workshop, a subtle breeze stirred, carrying with it the distant melody of wind chimes that melded seamlessly with the delicate chimes of unseen clock bells. An electric charge permeated the air, setting my senses on edge, as if the very essence of time itself pulsed around me. When my fingers brushed the warm metal of the clock's face, a flood of unfamiliar memories cascaded through my mind, visions of the workshop's former glory unveiling before me. I witnessed the craftsman at work, a maestro of time, orchestrating a symphony of ticking clocks in perfect unison. Strange symbols etched on the gears whispered of untold secrets, of time as a vast, uncharted sea teeming with endless possibilities. Reality wavered, and the workshop morphed into a realm where past, present, and future coalesced, a realm where apparitions flitted in and out of existence, their presence felt but unseen. Bound by an unseen force, my hand lingered on the clock's face, drawn deeper into the enigmatic dance of time. A profound warmth enveloped me, transcending mere understanding, unveiling truths beyond the grasp of mortal words. This broken timepiece was no ordinary creation. It was a portal to the enigma of time itself, a conduit to realms unseen and mysteries unfathomed. As night descended, a soft, ethereal ticking filled the workshop, a heartbeat echoing through the very soul of the space. Transparent figures gained substance, their movements fluid and purposeful. Among them, the aged craftsman met my gaze across the expanse of time, a silent acknowledgement of shared moments in this liminal space. The air crackled with energy, the scent of metal mingling with ozone, as the boundaries of time blurred and melded into a singular, fluid continuum. Moments expanded and contracted, shifting like tides as I surrendered to the ebb and flow of temporal currents. When at last I withdrew my hand, the workshop returned to its silent repose, a facade of abandonment concealing the pulsing life force within the broken clock. I frequent the workshop, a pilgrim to the mysteries it holds, guided by an unseen hand to its tranquil embrace. Enthroned in the craftsman's chair, I witness the interplay of light and shadow upon the fractured timepiece, a silent witness to the dance of past and present. And in rare moments of serenity, I reach out to touch its face, transcending the boundaries of time to dwell in a realm where every moment converges into a single, infinite possibility. The shattered clock remains untouched, a testament to the beauty found in imperfection, a vessel for magic to seep through the fault lines of reality. In the hush of night, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, I swear I hear its eternal ticking, a reminder of moments that never were and always shall be, a testament to the timeless beauty of a broken masterpiece. Story 32. On a tranquil night, amidst a sudden downpour, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella. To my surprise, a trail of muddy footprints meandered away from my door, a silent testament to an unseen visitor's passage. The rain's steady cadence on the pavement, combined with the chill of the damp air, carried with it a mysterious aura that left me both intrigued and unsettled. Beneath the soft glow of the porch light, I observed as each raindrop slowly blurred the edges of the footprints, transforming them into faint, enigmatic shapes against the wet concrete canvas. The rain cascaded in gentle waves, creating a hypnotic white noise that drowned out the usual evening sounds. My breath materialized in wisps of mist as I pondered the strange imprints before me. These footprints were peculiar, not quite matching any shoe I owned, yet oddly familiar. They bore the mark of deliberate steps, each one placed with intention. What captivated me most was their subtle shimmer in the dim light, as if they held fragments of reflected moonlight within. Driven by an unexplainable curiosity, I found myself drawn to follow the trail. My own footsteps whispered on the wet ground as I advanced, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain on my coat. The air carried the scent of wet earth mingled with a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The trail led me through my garden, where raindrops adorned leaves and petals like delicate pearls strung together. Night blooming jasmine wafted its ethereal perfume into the misty air, adding to the enchantment. The footprints navigated the garden with precision, threading between plants without disturbing a single leaf or stem. It was as if the maker of these prints possessed an intimate knowledge of where to step. Continuing along the trail, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon with the raindrops around the footprints. They hesitated briefly before touching the ground, forming ephemeral spheres of suspended water. This subtle detail, though easily missed, held a mesmerizing quality. The path eventually led to a small clearing where the footprints arranged themselves in a perfect circle, suggesting a slow, deliberate turn by their creator. Within this circle, the grass appeared different, almost silvery, exuding a sense of vitality. Each blade swayed as if moved by an unseen breeze. Kneeling down to inspect the grass, I felt a cool vibration that seemed to hum through my fingertips. The raindrops within the circle emitted a barely audible note as they fell, creating a symphony of nature's own making. Rising slowly, I noticed that the footprints continued beyond the circle, now fainter and almost imperceptible against the dark earth. The mysterious scent grew stronger, mingling with the rain-soaked air to evoke a sense of peace within me. Following the fading trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the edge of my property, its branches stretching like protective arms overhead. The footprints seemed to converge at its base, blending with the natural patterns of the bark. Placing my hand against the tree's wet bark, I sensed a subtle pulse, akin to a sleeping heart beating in slow rhythm. Water trickled down its trunk, forming fleeting patterns that hinted at elusive messages. The atmosphere shifted, charged with a gentle electricity, as if on the brink of a magical revelation. The raindrops now fell in intricate patterns, dancing in harmony with invisible melodies. Though I never glimpsed my silent visitor, their presence had transformed my garden into a realm of wonder. Even after retreating indoors, the echoes of their visit lingered in the air, clinging to my clothes with a sweet, strange scent. On quiet, rainy nights, I still find myself drawn outside, yearning to uncover new footprints in the garden. Though the visitor remains elusive, a subtle change has woven itself into the fabric of my sanctuary. The rain falls differently now, the garden blooms with newfound vibrancy, and the old oak tree sways with a renewed energy. The mysterious visitor left behind not just footprints, but a gentle enigma that unfolds with each raindrop. As I write under lamplight, another storm brewing outside, I wonder if their presence lingers, intertwined with the essence of this place. Sometimes, on the cusp of slumber, I swear I hear faint footsteps moving in harmony with the rain, a reminder of the ethereal visitor who once graced my garden with their silent presence. Story 33. On a misty evening, I wandered past an abandoned playground where rusted swings swayed softly in the gentle breeze. Amid the cool air, a faint, almost imperceptible laughter lingered, a ghostly remnant of the joyful voices that once echoed through the space. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal enveloped me, leaving a disquieting feeling that the playground was still alive, with memories of laughter lost to the passage of time. My steps led me to a weathered bench near the slide, its wooden surface smoothed by the touch of countless parents who had watched their children play. The playground equipment's metal frame cast elongated shadows in the dim light, creating shifting patterns that danced at the corner of my vision. A soft wind whispered through the trees, carrying the earthy fragrance of autumn leaves. Initially, I convinced myself that I was merely exploring a new route home, seeking solitude and reflection after a long day. Yet the tranquil isolation of the playground beckoned me, drawing me back night after night, each visit unraveling new facets of its enigmatic aura. The playground became my haven, a realm where time seemed to ebb and flow in its own mysterious rhythm. One serene evening, as I sat on the familiar bench, my attention was captivated by the carousel. Though untouched by human hands, the metal horses gleamed with an uncanny warmth, as if recently caressed by eager children. An odd static hung in the air around them, reminiscent of the lingering essence of children's laughter suspended between the spaces of silence. In the ensuing weeks, subtle transformations manifested in the playground. Swings swayed gently without a breath of wind. Ephemeral footprints appeared in the morning dew only to vanish with the rising sun, and the metal slide, chilled by evening mist, sometimes emitted a faint warmth as if someone had just slid down its length. I began documenting these peculiar occurrences in a notebook, unraveling the intricate tapestry of mysteries. With each observation, discernible patterns emerged. The phantom laughter, initially a mere whisper on the edge of perception, seemed to adhere to a clandestine schedule, growing more palpable during certain evening hours, especially under the full moon veiled by mist from the neighboring woods. The sound, elusive yet persistent, resembled a dream-like murmur that tantalized the senses. While other park visitors, mostly dog walkers and joggers, passed by obliviously, their gazes gliding over the playground equipment as if unseen, I remained attuned to the hidden enchantments. I gleaned that the playground harbored a unique essence, divulging its secrets solely to those willing to listen and observe with unwavering attention. One evening, a small red ball perched motionless atop the carousel platform, only to nudge and roll as I approached, guided by an unseen force. Anticipation thickened the air, and faint strains of children's melodies seemed to hum on the periphery of hearing. The ball traced a perfect circle around the carousel's central pole, ushering in a night filled with wonder and mystery. Amidst the celestial glow of the rising moon, the playground metamorphosed into a realm of animated shadows and synchronized movements. The swings swayed in harmony, orchestrating a mesmerizing cadence that mirrored the rhythm of my heartbeat. The ethereal laughter, though unheard, enveloped me like a tender embrace, infusing the space with a profound sense of tranquility. In that moment of clarity, I realized that the playground was not haunted in the conventional sense. It was ensconced in a timeless sanctuary of pure joy. The elusive laughter echoed the euphoria of every child who had frolicked there, imprinting their happiness upon the space like a luminous photograph. The enigmatic phenomena served not to alarm, but to evoke the enchantment of innocence and imagination that once reigned supreme. Months have passed, yet I continue to frequent my clandestine playground each evening. I've deciphered the subtle cues that herald the crescendo of inaudible laughter, a certain quality in the mist, a distinctive hue of twilight, the pregnant hush that precedes a magical moment. Sometimes I bring a book and recite softly to the empty expanse, and on those nights the swings sway with purpose. The carousel horses hold their heads high, and the laughter, though silent, feels within grasp. This tale remains mine alone, cherished for its intimacy and the bond shared with a place suspended between memory and enchantment. The playground has imparted a valuable lesson that certain mysteries are not meant for unraveling, but for savoring and cherishing. And so I continue my twilight sojourns, content to be an audience to a spectral performance whispered in shadows and accompanied by laughter that transcends the limits of human perception. Story 34. On a leisurely stroll through a historic neighborhood, I stumbled upon an aged iron gate adorned with intricate engravings. Despite the erosion of time, the delicate patterns and symbols seemed to weave a narrative of love and loss. The gate exuded a faint scent of rust, mingling with the crisp evening breeze as I trailed my fingers along its weathered surface, sensing a tale waiting to be unveiled etched into every curve and line. The twilight air carried the soft murmur of autumn leaves, while the gentle golden light filtered through the canopy above, casting a serene ambience. Standing before the gate, I observed how the waning sunlight illuminated the deeper grooves of the engravings, casting dancing shadows that seemed to sway and shift with a life of their own. The cool metal beneath my touch bore the marks of years gone by, textured by the passage of time and elements. There was an inexplicable allure to the intricate designs. They were not mere adornments, but formed a script of elegant letters intertwined with flowing motifs of vines and blooms. Tracing the patterns with my fingertip, a subtle warmth spread through my hand, contrasting the gate's chill, akin to the touch of a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a path led into a garden engulfed by twilight's embrace. Towering trees arched overhead, their branches swaying gently in the evening zephyr. The air carried a blend of earthy scents from fallen leaves, intermingled with hints of old roses or lavender, though no blossoms were in sight. Every time I attempted to step away, a new detail captured my attention. A spiral in the metalwork beckoned to another, creating an endless cascade that always circled back to a central motif, a heart-shaped emblem nearly faded by time. Within its worn contours, I discerned faint initials and a possible date, shrouded in the mists of bygone days. As darkness descended, the atmosphere shifted, and the engravings seemed to transform before my eyes. What once resembled vines now took on the semblance of scripted words in an unknown hand. Lost in the hypnotic allure of the designs, I swayed slightly, entranced by their enigmatic charm. The tap of my umbrella against the gate, its presence unbeknownst to me, until then resounded with a peculiar resonance, akin to a submerged bell toll. In that instant, I felt a response resonate from the depths of the garden beyond, a whisper carried by the wind through the leaves. Fragments of a story unfolded within the engravings, a tender embrace here, a flourishing garden there, and a wintry scene with barren branches stretching towards an unseen sky. The scenes melded seamlessly, connected by flowing lines that embodied time, memory, and longing. Here, time seemed fluid, bending to the will of the engraving's narrative. The streetlights flickered to life unnoticed, casting a warm glow that unveiled new intricacies in the metalwork, a hidden bird, a fallen leaf, each contributing to the grand tale slowly unraveling before me. The story chronicled the love of two souls who once tended the garden beyond the gate. Though their names had faded into obscurity, their legacy endured, immortalized in iron and rust. Together, they had nurtured a beauty that blossomed and thrived through the changing seasons. Their love had weathered storms, endured winters, and transcended into something timeless. Amidst the ebb and flow of time, I grasped that the gate was more than a mere entrance. It was a testament, a love letter cast in metal to withstand the ages. The weathered heart at its core symbolized not decay but resilience, a poignant reminder of enduring love. As night descended, the engraving seemed to shift and morph under the cloak of shadows, revealing deeper layers of their enigmatic story. A distant toll of a church bell blended with the whisper of the evening breeze, a melodic backdrop to the tale unfolding before me. With one last gaze at the gate, I knew I would return, acknowledging that each visit would unveil new facets of its essence. As I turned to depart, my fingertips grazed the heart-shaped motif one final time, and in that fleeting touch, a gentle warmth pulsed through the metal, like a heartbeat preserved in iron echoing through the years. The story of the gate lingered as I made my way home through the gathering gloom. I realized then that some stories were meant to be felt rather than fully understood, intended to resonate in the realm between knowing and wondering, between seeing and believing. The faded engravings had imparted their message, guarding their deeper mysteries within their iron embrace. Story 35. In a hidden courtyard, I ascended a set of ancient, crumbling stone steps. There, amidst the worn surface, an unfamiliar symbol caught my eye. It glowed faintly under the soft, filtered light, while the earthy scent of moss-covered stones enveloped me, stirring my curiosity. The symbol, a complex tapestry of swirls and lines, seemed to dance subtly as I gazed upon it from different angles. Kneeling down, I touched the smooth stone, surprised by its warmth against the crisp autumn air. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blooming flowers and decaying leaves, adding to the enchantment of the moment. Each evening, drawn by an unseen force, I returned to those steps. The fading sunlight painted the symbol with a luminous glow, as if it held a secret waiting to be unveiled. The more I studied it, the more peculiarities I noticed in the courtyard. The ivy shied away from the marked step, creating a perfect circle of bare stone. On quiet nights, a faint humming, like a distant melody, seemed to emanate from beneath the surface, filling the air with mystery. One night, armed with a sketchbook, I sketched the symbol. My hand moved with a fluidity that felt guided by an invisible hand, capturing intricate details I hadn't consciously observed before. Strangely, the next day the markings had shifted, as if rearranging themselves in a cryptic dance. As autumn waned and winter approached, I timed my visits to coincide with sunset. In the golden hour, a revelation unfolded. The symbol cast a shadow that pointed to a hidden alcove, revealing a collection of interconnected marks, each holding a piece of the enigma. Despite the encroaching frost, the symbol resisted the icy chill, emitting a mist on cold nights that hinted at forgotten messages. The symbol began to infiltrate my dreams, leading me through ethereal doorways to unknown realms. These dreams, though mysterious, left me with a profound sense of tranquility. In waking hours, a haunting melody lingered in my mind, echoing the ancient whispers of the courtyard. One evening, an ethereal figure cloaked in ageless grace joined me on the steps. Without a word, she traced the symbol, intensifying the hum that surrounded us. In her presence, the air shimmered with a celestial glow, as if the very heavens had descended to earth. And just as quietly as she appeared, she vanished, leaving behind a smooth stone etched with a miniature version of the symbol. Carrying the stone like a sacred charm, I continued my daily pilgrimage to the steps. The symbol's riddle remained unsolved, yet I embraced the notion that some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than deciphered. It served as a portal to contemplation, a silent reminder that magic and wonder reside in the most ordinary of places, awaiting those who pause to perceive them. In the hush between day and night, I fancied I heard the old woman's voice in the wind, humming the enchanting melody. Though the symbol's true purpose eluded me, I found solace in its presence, a gentle reassurance that not all enigmas require resolution to be cherished. Story 36. Venturing through a mansion abandoned for decades, I found myself enveloped in a silence that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. In the grand foyer, adorned with portraits obscured by dust and drapes worn by time, the tranquility whispered tales of yesteryears. Each creak of the decaying floorboards, each murmur of the wind through shattered windows, carried echoes of narratives long locked away, beckoning me to listen. The late afternoon sun filtered through worn curtains, casting elongated shadows that waltzed over faded wallpaper. My steps, muffled yet resonant, led me deeper into the dwelling, each footfall harmonizing with the gentle descent of dust particles in the air. The musty fragrance of aged timber and forgotten recollections filled my lungs with every inhale, while distant sounds of branches caressing windows orchestrated a subtle melody in the stillness. Drawn towards a sweeping staircase, its once majestic banister now dulled by the passage of time, I ascended with my hand trailing along the smooth wood. An anomaly caught my eye. The dust beneath my fingertips vanished, leaving behind gleaming sections as if recently caressed. Despite the mansion's chill, the wood radiated warmth under my touch. The second floor unveiled a long hallway flanked by closed doors. Here, the silence morphed into a dense anticipation, akin to the pause between heartbeats. I observed subtle shifts in temperature as I passed each threshold. Some areas exuded a gentle heat, while others cradled pockets of cool air, prompting me to clutch my jacket tighter. One door stood slightly ajar, offering a glimpse into an ancient study bathed in the amber hues of twilight. Books lined the walls, their spines faded yet hinting at the knowledge they held. A weighty wooden desk occupied the room's center, its surface cloaked in a thin layer of dust save for one pristine circle as if an object had been recently moved. Approaching the desk, the floorboards sighed beneath my feet. The turned chair behind it hinted at a recent departure, creating an illusion of imminent return. Within the dust-free circle on the desk's surface, I discerned a faint impression of writing, visible only under a specific light angle. Leaning closer, I deciphered the words, "We never truly leave." The sun continued its descent, elongating shadows across the study floor. In the deepening gloom, I sensed subtle shifts in the room's ambience. The air seemed to sway in gentle currents, books occasionally rustled as if perused by unseen hands. Seated in the desk chair, I traced the smooth wood grain of the tabletop. The room's temperature settled into a comforting warmth, unlike the cool dampness elsewhere in the mansion. Patterns emerged in the ambient sounds: the creak of wood, the distant wind's echo, the subtle object movements forming an enigmatic language just beyond my grasp. Time lost its structure within that space. Minutes or hours slipped by unnoticed as I absorbed the room's essence. The encroaching darkness lacked menace. Instead, it cocooned the study like a familiar embrace, fostering intimacy. Dust motes danced in the fading light, assuming shapes of writing or faces that eluded focus. As night descended, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk emitted a faint luminescence, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. The glow pulsed rhythmically, the room's temperature fluctuating with each beat. The words, "We never truly leave," shimmered in the obscurity. Driven by an inexplicable compulsion, I extended my hand to the glowing circle, and a profound serenity enveloped me. The mansion's silence transitioned into a melodic symphony of subtle sounds, narratives long yearning to be heard by an attentive listener. Each creak and whisper bore significance, narrating tales of those who had occupied that very space before me. Upon rising to depart, I noticed my watch had halted at some indeterminate moment during my vigil. The mansion's darkness now felt akin to a presence, rather than a mere absence of light. Retracing my steps through the hallway and descending the stairs, I comprehended that the mansion's silence had never been devoid. It brimmed with patient stories, awaiting a perceptive soul to acknowledge their lingering warmth. The thought of revisiting that mansion often crosses my mind, to bask once more in the study's embrace as nightfall descends. Sometimes, in the hush of my abode's quietest moments, I catch faint echoes of that musical silence, a reminder that spaces harbor more than memories. They cradle remnants of all souls who traversed them, lingering in the dust and shadows, anticipating recognition of their enduring presence. Story 37. On a misty evening, I wandered down a creaking pier that extended into a bay cloaked in fog. The soft lull of the waves and the distant calls of seabirds surrounded me as a mysterious melody unfolded, a hidden symphony orchestrated by the wind and water. The briny scent of the sea and the aged aroma of weathered wood filled the atmosphere, turning the pier into a stage for nature's tranquil, enigmatic concert. Venturing farther along the worn planks, the fog enveloped me like a gentle, gray veil. Each step I took elicited a faint groan from the aged boards beneath my feet, blending with the ethereal music that seemed to drift from all directions at once. The haunting yet soothing melody resonated, akin to a forgotten lullaby played on unseen strings. Amidst the mist, the lanterns lining the pier cast soft pools of amber light, creating swaying halos that danced with the evening breeze. In their dim glow, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The railing seemed to tremble ever so slightly, as if vibrating in tune with the mysterious music. When I touched the smooth, salt-weathered wood, a subtle tremor greeted me, akin to the lingering echo of a struck tuning fork. Here time flowed differently, the ordinary world feeling distant, muted by the encompassing fog. As I delved deeper into the mist, the symphony grew richer. What began as a simple melody now wove in layers of harmonies, the wind's whispers through unseen gaps, the rhythmic percussion of water against the pilings, and something else, a distant chorus of voices singing in perfect unity. At the pier's end stood an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely visible through the swirling fog. Its weathered dome loomed like a phantom ship emerging from the mist. Approaching, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle crescendo. The gazebo's ornate railings seemed to function like organ pipes, each hollow post contributing a note to the ethereal composition. Inside, intricate patterns adorned the wooden ceiling's spirals and waves that seemed to undulate in the shifting lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, its text faded by time and salt air, bore the words, "In memory of the symphony," and a date from a bygone era. The gentle music continued as I settled on an old wooden bench within the gazebo, the fog swirling around me in harmony with the melody, crafting ephemeral shapes that danced in the shifting light. As night descended, the air retained an unusual warmth, embracing me like a gentle caress. The lantern light pulsed softly, syncing with the tempo of the mysterious song. Each pulse unveiled different aspects of the carved patterns above, painting an ever-evolving dance of light and shadow. In this twilight realm between wakefulness and slumber, I came to realize that the pier itself was an instrument, a vast, weathered musical contrivance played by nature's unseen hands. Every plank, railing, and post had been positioned not solely for utility, but for the symphony they would create when touched by the wind and waves. The worn inscription on the plaque took on new significance. Perhaps the pier was constructed not just as a port for ships, but as a tribute to something or someone long forgotten. Each evening, under the right conditions, it performed its symphony for those willing to listen, a musical memorial instead of one carved in stone. As I prepared to depart, the melody trailed after me, fading with each step but never vanishing entirely. The fog parted slightly, guiding me back to shore. Even on solid ground, the rhythm of that mysterious music lingered in my bones like a half-remembered dream. Sometimes on misty evenings I return to that pier, though the symphony never repeats in quite the same way. It remains a constant presence, ever changing with the weather, the tide, and perhaps even the listeners themselves. A riddle left unsolved, a gentle reminder that life's most exquisite moments are often those we can't entirely grasp. The experience left me pondering, was I merely witnessing a natural quirk, an acoustic anomaly born of wind and architecture? Or had I stumbled upon something more extraordinary, a fragment of history preserved not in records or images, but in the enduring notes of an eternal symphony played by the sea itself? Story 38. In the heart of a forgotten theater, I felt an unexplainable pull to delve into its history. Once a grand stage, now shrouded in decay, the theater whispered tales of days long gone. Balconies adorned with intricate details and velvet seats hinted at a time filled with applause and intense drama. As I treaded upon the creaking boards, a soft, haunting voice floated through the air, carrying with it emotions of sorrow and yearning. The words lingered, echoing off the weathered walls, blending with the musty aroma of aged curtains and forsaken aspirations, leaving me to ponder if the theater was truly deserted. A gentle breeze bearing the essence of autumn swept through hidden crevices, orchestrating a delicate symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs. My footsteps, muffled by the wooden stage, evoked sighs from each weary plank beneath me. The atmosphere held a peculiar density, as if traversing through layers of memories frozen in time. Overhead, the majestic chandelier hung in silence, its crystals coated with dust, yet occasionally catching glimmers of light that filtered through the lofty windows, casting ethereal patterns upon the walls. Drawn towards the wing of the stage, where forgotten props slumbered under sheets resembling gentle waves in the dimness, I sought the source of the ethereal voice. Amidst the relics of performances past, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its aged surface clouded yet emitting an otherworldly radiance. Approaching it, the air around me chilled slightly, a sensation not unwelcome. The mirror seemed to pulsate with a mysterious energy that defied explanation. Within its reflection, I glimpsed movements that did not align with my own, shadows of long-gone actors perfecting their craft. The voice, now faint, continued its recital, a woman's voice, perhaps narrating lines from a tragic love story with a melodic cadence that soothed even as it stirred melancholy within me. Time warped within the confines of this space. Minutes stretched into hours as I delved deeper, unearthing crumbling playbills and costumes redolent with the ghostly remnants of perfumes past. The voice led me on a gentle tour through the theater's forgotten nooks. In the orchestra pit, scattered sheet music lay atop ancient stands, the notes faded but still visible, as if awaiting the return of musicians to breathe life back into them. As evening descended, the shifting light through the windows cast elongated shadows that seemed to move with intent across the vacant seats. The voice gained strength, yet maintained its soft murmur. Seated in a well-preserved velvet chair, I watched as specks of dust danced in the waning sunlight. The theater, alive with a breath of its own, expanded and contracted as if burdened by the weight of countless narratives. In this tranquil moment, I realized that the voice was not addressing anyone in particular, but was the very essence of the theater, reminiscing. Each uttered word carried fragments of bygone performances, of ovations and tearful goodbyes, of premieres and final bows. The voice's gentle rhythm wove these memories into a delicate tapestry, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. With nightfall, a new dimension unfolded within the darkness. The voice now seemed omnipresent, resonating warmly throughout the space, causing the very air to hum with a gentle energy. Though the words grew clearer, their true significance eluded me, akin to grasping at fading dreams upon waking. The chandelier, now bathed in moonlight, cast iridescent refractions that shimmered like the aurora borealis across the ceiling. Drifting on the cusp between wakefulness and slumber, the voice became a soothing lullaby, blurring the line between reality and reverie. In this twilight awareness, phantom silhouettes of an unseen audience materialized, their forms hinted by the interplay of moonbeams and shadows. They sat in silent reverence, captivated by the voice just as I was. As the night deepened, a profound serenity settled within the theater. The voice began to fade, not abruptly but gradually, like the ebbing tide. In its wake lingered a sense of gratitude, as though my presence had acknowledged and validated the myriad tales ensconced within these walls. The theater, settling into a peaceful slumber, groaned and sighed like an old companion preparing for rest. Upon my departure, the voice transformed into a distant memory, a faint echo within my mind. Yet the theater felt transformed, more vibrant, despite its abandonment. With each step towards the exit, the aged floorboards whispered their protest, reminding me that some places never truly empty themselves. They merely wait, cradling their stories close until a willing listener appears. Even now, months later, I find myself drawn back to that theater in the hushed hours between dusk and dawn. The voice remains, sometimes just a whisper, a gentle nudge that behind every curtain and beneath every layer of dust lies a tale craving to be heard by those willing to listen. The theater endures as a sanctuary where the boundaries of time blur and memories pirouette like dust motes in the moonlight, forever preserved in the soft echoes of that enigmatic voice.